Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Gonna trade some core PCE today. I think that's what it was. Yeah. Let's see what we get. Who knows? Who knows? Yeah, let's get ready to do it. Getting the bot set up. There or not. Good morning if you are. Get the bot set up here. Let that run. Maybe you can take a couple scalps out at least. Bot hit target overnight. Had a great day yesterday. It's already up like $40 today. Is whatever, better than $0, right? Better than $0. Currently in a $25 drawdown. It's closed more than $40 profit, so that's good. No crazy DD right now. That could change here in just a minute. Who knows what's going to happen? I'm going to try to let it run. Probably going to get some stuff on the dollar for sure. Gold's going. We got a really good gold trade on this morning in the group. It's up quite a bit. Other than that, kind of waiting on the dollar. Took euro dollar. That didn't go very well. It just didn't go. Almost nothing has moved today, really. There's really been very, very little movement. Had a killer pound yen trade. We caught the top of this yesterday. Everybody was paying attention to this yesterday. Caught the high there. That was up over 100 pips, but already hit target. This was part of the reason I hit target. So, got 3 minutes here. What do I have on? Oil pending order missed. That sucked. You got some dollar stuff, euro, some pounds, some CAD, some yen, trying to spread it out. Got NASDAQ, Aussie dollar, gold. Trying to see what to put on the bot here over the next 3 minutes. 2 minutes. Pound dollar. Yeah. So I'm just going to run just whatever, just a general type of thing. Combo strategy. We'll see what happens. Maybe it'll go out in position. It hasn't really been running long enough to really go out and get positions ready to scalp. So I don't know. It's probably going to, who knows what's going to happen. At least it'll get some stuff going. It'll run out to the ranges probably. We're going to watch the dollar. There's nothing to do but watch the dollar. And equities, NASDAQ, S&P. See what happens. Probably going to be weird. Anyway. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'll watch the bot. I mean, not really much to do. Maybe something cool will happen. Probably not. For now. We can see what's going to happen on euro dollar. Bot's going to do. Probably get wrecked. Lol. All right. That for a minute. I'm going to trade the challenge account. I've got a couple things on the live account too. But we'll just see what happens here. So core PCE, T minus 10. Here we go. That's. Here we go. Let's roll. What's going to happen? Maybe nothing.
Euro dollar Entering position. Log.
Come on, gold. Uneventful so far. That was a dud. Unless we get a delayed reaction. Well, never mind, guys. Sorry. Lol. No. Change it. $25
5
target.
minutes.
Well, that was a dud. Nothing. Zip zilch nada. Oh, going closer. Come on, profits. Let's go. Nothing happened. What was the data? Lol. Never mind. Did it not come out yet? It's supposed to be 8:30, right? Yeah. As expected, zero movement. None. All right. Well, back to your regularly scheduled broadcast. Not zero. Nothing. You gotta be kidding me, man. This has been a really dead day. Like, nothing has happened. Zero. There has been zero price action. What the heck, man? Wreckage. Nothing. Nothing. No movement. All right. Kidding me, man. What a bummer. What a waste. Sitting here for hours waiting for this. Nothing's happened. $1's going back up. At least there's that. I want the dollar to die is what I want. Come on, gold. Let's go, baby. Gold's going. Killing it on gold. We have an entry right. It was right here. Gold this morning. Long, it's in profit. Looking to go higher. Wreckage. Nothing. Stupid. All right, so never mind on that. Anyway. Yeah, so bot's taking $39. Nothing yet. So whatever. Skip it. So anyway, good morning, guys. Thought we were going to get something cool there happened.
NASDAQ.
There we go.
Entering position. Short.
Something happened. So what happened? Come on, gold. We have a really good position on gold here. Go on. NASDAQ, we're long too. Got NASDAQ long. Gold long. Was long euro dollar. Pound dollar. Aussie dollar. Finally. There that goes. Gosh, finally. Coming back. Pound dollar's going. Aussie dollar was another one. Aussie dollar's going big. Finally. Boy, that took forever. It was a delayed reaction. Well, never mind. Thought something cool was gonna happen. Crash. Actually long against the, not in that anymore. Long, I was looking for a weaker dollar. And we just didn't get it today. It didn't go anywhere really. Almost nothing moved in London. It was terrible. We've been sitting here in trades waiting all day. And now it wants to go. Oh man, Euro Aussie's breaking the low. That's an opportunity. Where's that? All right, we need to start paying attention to Euro Aussie here all of a sudden. Boy, that thing is low. A little bit lower. Tempting where it is. It's a broken low. We got a broken low on Euro Aussie here. A new low. Long NASDAQ and long Dow. Dow's going. Hoping these are going to push up and then I want to get a chance to sell it, but not from here. So where are we? Nothing really has changed. This is stupid. Oil never hit my entry. That was terrible. Might get a chance at it if it'll break the high. Oil almost hit my pending order and then turned around and left. It was so close. That would have been a great trade. Pound Aussie. All right, so we're trying to catch whatever the low of the day is going to be on those. Euro Aussie, Pound Aussie, a little bit more. Whatever the low is going to be, we want it. Aussie, a little bit more. We'll time it when it gets down there. We'll shoot for a higher low first. So this is going to be a thing. We need to actually watch this. Let's see if I had an alert on oil. I don't care as much about that anymore. I have a pending order still there. Set my alert here. Could put it on the tool itself, but I want to know when Pound Aussie gets down here. I'll do that. And good morning, everyone, by the way. Boring. Not what I was hoping for. I was hoping for like some big move. Dollar got one normal size candle on the dollar and it just rejected. What the heck? Very, very tight ranges today. Nothing. Euro CAD looks interesting where that is. We'll watch that today. Not there yet. Euro Aussie. We have a broken low again. And it wicked immediately back up into range. Could have been a missed opportunity there to get long. This actually looks like that's going to go bullish. That might be a thing. Maybe. Well, not what I wanted. Hoping for something fun to happen. Had nothing. Just nothing changed is what it is. The blip on the radar. Now what? That's the big question. Now what? Now do we have to sit here all day and wait for nothing to happen? Wrecked. Mega wrecked. Yeah, so we'll wait on the equities market open now. I'm trying to figure to turn the stream on for a little bit. See what's going on. Look at some possible opportunities. I think Euro CAD is going to be one of those. Already is. It's going to stay in that. Don't know what the dollar is doing. It's coming back, which is good. Yeah, no hamburger juice. No hamburgerjuice.com on that one. That's for sure. Yeah, that was anticlimactic. That was a big letdown. Oh, there's a dollar. Maybe more than $1.
Aussie dollar. Entering position. Short.
Makes sense. There's something else. Cha-ching. Closed a couple bucks. What did we get? what close times? Actually, a couple. Closed a couple right in the same place. Closed pound dollar long, euro kiwi short, Aussie CAD long, all at the same time. And euro Aussie short a little earlier. So a couple bucks. Taking like $1.70 out of the market. It's meant to be a scalp. It's a micro lot. Micro lot running about 10 pips plus. It's running a micro lot for $1 profit plus swaps and commissions. So it adds whatever the swaps and commissions onto it plus $1 to make sure that you guarantee the dollar and cover your swaps and commissions. So whatever. Wah, wah. $43 profit, $42.99 today. It's only in a $26 drawdown, which is normal. It's supposed to be in a drawdown until it actually goes out and captures the insides. Strategic use of drawdown. Available margin is exactly what it is. You have to strategically use your available margin. Gold's looking good. Gold's actually, the dollar stuff just didn't go, but it's not dead. Gold actually ran to the top of the range, so that's good. Probably want to see it a little bit higher. Say somewhere between this high right here, which would probably put us right in there, is where we'd be looking. Break this high, but maybe make a lower high overall. So we'll try it first there. Probably take some profit on the hash. Oops. Probably take profit on the hash mark there. I'm going to get above that swing high. So somewhere up here. Figure it out. Look, hoping to take profit up there. Good trade on gold. The rest of it was a little iffy, but coming back. Euro dollar's not dead. Aussie dollar's in profit. Pound dollar, I don't think I took that one, maybe. But yeah, I was hoping for a weaker dollar here, and we got nothing. Womp womp. So anyway, good game. Next. Everybody's morning. Anybody in anything interesting today? Anybody catch anything worthwhile in London? So what do we have? Go take a look and see what we got. We'll just do a quick spin through the charts here on the YouTubes. On the tubes, the University of YouTube. All right, so Buttcorn, where are we? Set up our effective trading ranges. Let's see what we got. It's Friday, so we're not going to do anything too stupid. Right now, we're looking at something like that, which has already bounced. Hold that same range. That's about what we're looking at. On the high end, I would like to short somewhere in the mid 24s. If this would run up and break the high, I would probably be short. It's whatever. It's whatever. So, what do we do? Next on Bitcoin, skip it. It's not anywhere. I don't expect much movement out of this, to be honest. Hey, good morning. This doesn't really do much over the weekend. It runs in line with the equities market. That's just the way it is. An interesting test going, actually. Momentum strategy. It performed very well during that big, crazy dump. Trying to adjust the settings on it and run it again. Came out profitable when the pound dumped 1,000 pips in 4 or 5 days. straight down with no retracement. It actually ended up in profit, which was good, with no big drawdown because it's a momentum strategy. It just ran it all the way down. So pairing that with a mean reversion strategy is probably going to be the answer. We'll cover that. We'll talk about that in a little bit on the other side. We'll test it. We're going to do that. We tend to do that stuff on Fridays anyway, looking at code and testing things. And once we get done for the day and that kind of stuff, done for the week, set up our charts for next week is another thing. Dollar, moving on. All over the place this morning. The dollar... whatever there. I don't know, man. This thing is just, it's got so much farther to go to the upside. There's really no reference. It's only really looking for longs on the low, but running it in and out of the ranges. I'm just assuming this is going to break the high. I'm not even going to bother. Yeah. If it broke our swing high here from yesterday, maybe a different story, but there's just really nothing to set up here. It's all lows and highs. There's not really anything in between. Skip the dollar. Aussie dollar. Probably a short from here. From higher. If it'll make a new high, maybe. There's, again, no reference here. There's nothing to say on this. It's in a range. Nothing's changed since yesterday. It's exactly the same as it all was at the end of the day yesterday. We got a range here, and we're closer to the high end of it. Nothing really to do. Euro dollar. Same. It's going to be very similar to the dollar, but the inverse. And again, we're not getting much movement here, so we might as well go over some charts. There's nothing to trade until something happens. We got a dead news event there. It was a total dud, complete garbage. So anyway, got a range here. Nothing to say. Right in, kind of in the middle of it. Again, the logic being, if you're in the middle of a consolidation, you're right dead smack in the middle of it. It's about where price is right now. There's no disproportionate risk versus reward, right? So we always want to put ourselves in a position where we have more reward than risk. And if we have an equal opportunity to get stopped out both ways equally, then there's no disproportionate risk versus reward. So there's no trade. Don't ever want to trade from the middle of a consolidation. And depending on the strategy. And this is why, range expansion strategies and stuff like that can be good. But you don't ever want to take a momentum move really from the middle of a range. Not a good idea. And most of the time it's not a good idea to do anything. But not always. You got buyers down here. Whatever this is, euro yen. It's not necessarily a short, except the yen could potentially be getting stronger. So that's a thing. This is not something I would enter short here. Definitely not. If for some reason it were to go lower, we'll watch it. Probably be watching somewhere down in here, if I had to guess, for the next point where your buyers were correct in the move and have not been stopped out at break even yet. It's going to be a whole zone down here. If it were to break, I wouldn't even, it's not a short. It's not a good short entry. It's already down. It's already been down since, last night, 100 pips off the swing high. Not a good idea. It's a range. It's closer to the bottom. Probably not the best idea. Leave it alone. Moving on, euro pound. This is interesting here. Got a big, probably refine this down to something like that. That's where it went off of there. What's lower? Who's lower that hasn't been stopped out? Somewhere in there maybe. So we have an effective trading range. It would be logical for it to eventually break that low. Maybe go, yeah, lower than that. I'm going to say there's more buyers down into here, but it'll probably slow down there first. It's a whole zone of buying down here, starting right into here underneath that spike low. So I don't know what I would do there. Whoops, what did I do? If it would go lower, I would be interested in it. It's not a good place right now to be messing with it on Euro Pound. The whole market's like that. There's just nothing really popping right now. We have here underneath our swing low. Garbage. A big hole monster area right here. Whack. That leaves a lot of room for noise inside of that. I would be watching a very specific level. That makes sense. Yeah. Not long. I could see Eurocat, or I mean, it's not a short, sorry. It's definitely not a short. It's close. I think this is probably close to the point where it may bounce up a little bit, but we'll see what happens next week. There's nothing to even say here. I'm not even going to bother. You know, it's such a big range and very little price action. Same thing here. Euro Kiwi, this is even worse. And we'll just say, you know, this whole area up here, we'll watch for some kind of reversal and then a break of the low. You know, this is our effective trading range, we'll say. We'll just call it that. There's nothing really there to talk about at the moment. Yeah, right in the middle of a range, nothing to do. If it were to go lower, maybe. Yeah, very, very tight. It's a range contraction. You've got higher lows and lower highs. Higher lows forming and lower highs forming. You have progressively reduced volatility over time. So it's squeezing in on itself, and the moves are getting smaller, not larger. So you don't want to risk your capital on something where the moves are getting smaller and not larger. We want expanding markets, not contracting markets. We're looking for a distance move. So we want something that's likely to expand, not something that's likely to squeeze down into a point, right? We're not going to waste our capital on something that's squeezing down, that's still in the process of squeezing down, if that makes sense. NAS, yeah, we're going to look at everything. We're on the way. Yeah, we always look at the equities market. Indices, yeah. NAS, the big three, the S&P, the NASDAQ, and the Dow. And they generally make the same structural move anyway. Sometimes there's a slight difference between the Dow and the NASDAQ, really, and the S&P somewhere in the middle, the average of the two. Euro Aussie, probably going to be along at some point. This is getting really interesting where this is. I think this is going to be along next week. This should be at the top of your watch list right here on things to pay attention to. Euro Aussie, anywhere at or below these lows down here, you should be paying attention to that. I can see exactly what's going to happen when we get down into there. If for some reason we're to break this low today, on. Yeah, there's just a whole bunch of stuff going on down here. But yeah, somewhere lower. We're watching this for anything lower. Pound Aussie will lead into that one too. But you don't want to be short down here. It's not a good idea to be short, but if for some reason we were to go lower, we're going to be scaling into longs. If that was a good chance right there. This very well may hold. This is the kind of thing that, you know, just lower low, lower low, lower low, lower low. Eventually you'll shift off the low like that. You'll get a big squeeze back to some consolidation, which is going to be right here. So it's likely going to be a very good trade, and it just may be Monday. Looking at a 200 pip move there. We'll continue to scale into the lows of the day until that happens. Pound dollar. Mark Euro Aussie. You want to pay attention to that one. Pound dollar. At the mercy of the dollar right now. It's high. Relatively high. Locally to this week and on the macro. It's been up for a while. Big double top, just equal highs up here. We can't even call it a double top. You're just getting this ceiling put in here. Now, sometimes that stuff will break, and if it did, we'd be looking to fade it. It's whatever. It's dropped and consolidated. I generally don't want to go long on something like that. Now, the dollar looked bearish earlier. I don't know if that's going to stay that way. Speaking of the dollar, what's it doing? Nothing really. I wish the dollar would come down, but the pound itself may or may not be much here. We just don't have any price action right now. There's nothing to trade that's happened unless you're trading like a 1 minute chart or something. I'm sure there's some scalps, but there hasn't been enough movement yet in the market today. It's really dead, super dead today. Oil made a decent move, but it still wasn't even huge. The market overall has just been dead. It's a dead flat market today. But that could change. Pound dollar, nothing right now. Anything higher and we'll probably be looking to take shorts. It's just not there yet. We're going to wait on the dollar. Just keep in mind that we're in a situation where the US dollar could get much stronger over the next few weeks to months. So we'll probably have a continued bullish bias on the dollar moving forward. It's already down. People are saying, oh, well, the dollar's dying. Well, it's not dying. It's already dead. And when things are already dead, they tend to pop out of their grave like a zombie and wreak havoc on everybody. So everybody who is short, they eat their brains. Pound yen. Pretty easy to see what's going on here. It's a macro range. Careful going long dollar yen. If you want to buy the top, you can. It's not for me. The yen's been very weak. It's likely to gain. Looking for a little lower here. We had a really good short again on this yesterday. It's continuing lower. It's just likely to continue to be a short for now. And we'll see where the lows are going to be. Yeah, we got targets much lower. Just simple supply and demand wise. Like there's a whole zone here that's going to start, and we'll call it that until it goes lower. And you could refine this down on lower time frames. It's just not even worth messing with. I already know what we're looking for without, just algorithmically what I'm looking for. It's going to be lower, without taking candles into consideration. And again, people that know what we do here, you don't need candles. Doesn't matter. Don't even need to see it at all. Turn it off. Done it before. Just turn it off. All I need to know is where price is. I just need to know where the price is. That's it. But you do get good information from candles for certain things. You get good price action data, confirmations from candles. So I get it. Looking for lower there. It's not a good short. I'm not going to sell a lower low again, hoping that it's going to go just a little bit more. There's not enough meat on the bone there, really. Need a little more potential. Could be asking for trouble doing that. You get one green candle that goes up for an hour or two, and now you're in a big drawdown when you could have just waited. Wait for a retest of something. Right here, there's a very clear inflection point right here that would probably be a thing. So any retest of that potentially, or really, I would be looking to short there. It's what I would be looking at personally. If it were to make it anywhere up into that again, pop up and then dump it. But it's probably right in the middle, no trade. I know a lot of people care about pound yen. So take a little extra minute on that. Pound CAD, very similar. Got a lot of buyers down here. A lot of buying in this area. So, and this could be refined down a little bit, but we're looking for the point where your buyers have not been stopped out yet. Who was right and hasn't been stopped out? That's where the money starts. You know, you could, of course, you could refine this down a little bit and say, okay, we're only looking for the low, but we want to know when it starts. Not getting, you know, just simple price action strategies. There's no G13 classified strategy here. It's just simple supply and demand. All the other stuff is on the other side. The important stuff, how to work this range tool, is the key. Pound CAD probably going back up. We're kind of right in between. You know, when it got up here, I'd be looking to take profit. Where's that within our range? Bottom of the range retest makes sense. No trade really. Wait, it was a good long. EuroCAD probably was too. Pound Swiss. You know, this was our range set up from the other day. It ended up holding. Down she goes. This is likely. You have a dense consolidation here. You can see the cycle starting. You have another consolidation here. We're at the top of that range. I would not be long here. I would only be looking for shorts personally, but subjective. We'll see what happens. I would want to watch it on lower time frames, like maybe 15-minute, and just watch and see where it is. Yeah, retest of equilibrium, be fine. Nothing there, nothing yet. The yen's going. Hold on, let me pause a second. See what's going on. Nothing changed. Pound Aussie. Very interested in this. If it were to break the low, anything down near that low or a broken low, going to be looking to get back into there for sure. For sure. Long, but not yet. This is weird price action. It could be a range too. You want to be careful shorting stuff like this, because you could just be in a consolidation. It could be on the bottom of it and it pops all the way back up and does that. You know, retest the top of this range and it just extends out and you don't realize that it's a range yet. You know, so I would be careful with that. I would only be looking for longs after that kind of a move and this kind of structural move. Not going to get into all this. This is stuff we talk about on the other side, but there's a structural thing that's happening here that's likely to go higher. Watch that. Pound Aussie, pound Kiwi, same thing. Same thing. We had the expansion of the range. The FU on both sides, and now likely to go into a consolidation and float higher. Same thing. Got everybody on this. You know, got everybody out. There's a dense consolidation in here like this, and everybody who is either long or short in this entire thing, they ran up, took out the stops, or took out the shorts first, and then ran down and took out the longs, and then back in the consolidation. Wrecked. It just expanded the range. Higher high, lower low, and it's just likely to form a consolidation and step up another level. We'll watch that going into next week. Those are the kind of structural manipulations that we watch. S&P. I want to say short. It's only a short, but I don't like this flat consolidation. It's not a good entry, but if for some reason it would spike higher, I'd be looking to sell the high of the day. And look for some kind of pullback. I mean, this is the kind of thing, you just got higher highs. God, I can't, this mouse doesn't work on this mouse pad. Higher high, higher high, higher high, higher high again. You know what happens every time? Bang, 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 bang. Maybe this time is different, right? Maybe this time's different. Would be looking to sell the high of the day. NASDAQ. Same thing. Maybe this time is different. Lol. 5 most dangerous words in the investor's vocabulary, but this time is different. Those are the 5 most dangerous words in the investor's vocabulary. This time is different. Dow. The interesting structural thing here, back to consolidation, market cycle wise, very clear here. You want to be long? Y'all can be long. I'll watch. I'll watch and see what happens to y'all. I'll wait. I'll wait until the right thing. Again, if it breaks the high, be looking to short equities. And game theory wise, if we have, just to take some time here on the stock market indices, because this matters. This matters if you're trading crypto. It matters if you're trading the yen. It matters if you're trading the dollar. Any combination of those things. The U.S. equities market is the driver. It's the engine of global markets. Sorry, it is. The U.S. equities market drives currency. It drives crypto. Whatever these risk assets are doing, the rest are going to be doing very similar things. And sometimes opposite things. You have those inverse correlations, like with the yen, especially the yen and the dollar for obvious reasons, but the yen as well, for the same but a different reason, the carry trade reason, and sometimes the Swiss franc. And these are the things we talk about on the other side. How do you determine what to risk your capital on? It's very important. What you trade is just as important as how you trade. You have to solve three problems. You have to determine, what do I risk my capital on? What strategy or what asset do I risk my capital on? What strategy do I deploy on that asset? And then how much risk do I place on that strategy? You have to solve those three problems in order for a well thought out plan trade. And understanding what's going on with positive and negative correlations, relative volatility. What is the yen doing relative to the stock market? It's very important. What's the dollar doing relative to the stock market? If you trade pound yen and you only trade GJ, you have to know what the stock market's doing. If you trade Bitcoin, you have to know what the stock market's doing. It's just part of it. You will be much better at this if you pay attention to the U.S. equities market. So looking at where we are right now, again, higher high, higher high, higher high, higher high, higher high. Again, it's struggling up here. We're coming back into a consolidation here. Think about the settlement that's happening right here. What's happening as the price gets back up to here? Everybody who was short in here is getting stopped out at break even, right? And there's a whole zone of break even stops hitting here. And if it spikes even higher, everybody who was short in here with their stops in this zone, liquidity pool right here in the gap above the shelf, and above the shelf is important. There's a whole bunch of liquidity right here. There's money. There's buy side liquidity. Shorts getting stopped out at break even. Breakout buyers buying after it just went up for weeks like dummies. They're going to buy this as soon as this breaks out of this range right here. So you're going to get used and abused if you're trying to buy this right here. And this is the thing. That's the whole point. Once we get we're already in it, now. If you want to exit all of your longs that you've been in for weeks, you need someone willing to buy it at a higher price, right? This is a zero-sum game. For every buy, there is a sell, right? Every buyer, there's a seller. So you need some sucker willing to buy it at a higher price in order for you to get out, right? In order for you to take profit on your long. Everybody who is long in here, they need these breakout buyer noobs. They need the buys above this level, guys. Sells below this level, guys. And gals, sorry. So they need that money. They need these people trying to break through this gap after it's just come up for weeks. If you want to take profit on that, you gotta get out. You need someone willing to buy it at a higher price, because you're going to sell it to them, right? You already bought it down here and in here and in here and in here. And you're going to sell it to them now that it's time to take profit. So that's kind of the thing. Just at or above this consolidation, there's likely to be a lot of selling and taking profit. So we're going to wait for that. And it's even starting right now. Everybody's getting stopped at. Everybody who was short here and were correct, they were right and they caught the short. If they haven't closed their whole position, they're getting stopped out at break even right now, right? That's why this is slowing down right here. Everybody's getting stopped out at break even. There's a bunch of contract settlement that's happening. Hey, welcome. Yeah, so there's a bunch of contract settlement happening here. Think about how the order books work. There's a whole bunch of contract settlement happening right here in this consolidation. There's people both long and short right in here. And as price comes back to this, some people are taking profit. Some people are trying to buy continuations. And they're getting squared up with all of this volume that was back into this area over here. So there's going to be naturally a whole bunch of activity in here, a bunch of settlement that's going on the back end. So we kind of want to stay out of that. It's not really the best place to be making decisions. And if anything, we're going to be looking for a reversal right there. That's just me personally. I would be looking for this to go a little bit higher and then just slam and eat the cheese, straight up mousetrap. So that would be the thing that would make the most sense. And we'll try to figure out where that's going to be probably early next week. If for some reason this slammed up here today, I would be happy, because that means I'm going to get a very good short that's likely to do something like that. So we're going to watch that, and same for the NASDAQ. It's all very similar structure. The Dow's on a little bit different of a cycle, and you can see it a little bit better, but it's the same general movement. We're just back up to the range high. Like, we're close to it. Now the question is, does it make a lower high or a higher high on the NASDAQ? S&P looks very similar. Is it going to make a lower high or a higher high? The Dow, you can see it a little bit better. Do you want to bet on a continuation from here? That's the question. This is already not looking very good here. So, we'll watch it. We'll see. We're in if you want to do the bearish block thing, we're in the sellers. We're there. It's there now. So the question is, where's the high of the day? You have the probability would lie in selling the high of the day today. Your higher probability trade would be, where's the high of the day, and sell that today, in my opinion. So that's what I'm going to do personally. So, and thinking about how that affects the dollar, if the equities market is likely to come down sometime next week, we'll look at the weekly candles maybe. If the equities market is likely to come down, what's likely to happen to the dollar? You know what I mean? And if the dollar is likely to do that at some point very soon, what's likely to happen to gold? Long today, but what's likely to happen to this? If equities come down, that money comes out of equities, it has to go into something, right? It has to slosh over in the wave pool into some other container. So what is going to get the flow? Likely going to be the dollar, likely going to be the yen, right? Risk assets, gold will tend to run with the equities market in a situation like this. So, I was long today on gold. Really want to be short. I was trying to run this up and then sell the high, and it's sold off already. It's not necessarily short yet. Doesn't look good, but it's not necessarily a short yet. Let's wait and see what happens. I think a little higher. I was trying to catch this a little higher and then catch the rollover. It's going to anticipate a potential lower high for that next week. Get that transitional period where we roll over. That's what we're looking for. I was going to try to catch the high of the day. It just didn't go. Still might. So anyway, same thing, how it's all related. Back to equities. If we're at a point where we're likely to have some kind of a pullback very soon, it may not be today, it may be Monday, Tuesday, something like that next week. If we're at a point where we're very likely to have a significant retracement in the U.S. equities market, how does that affect the dollar? How does that affect the yen? How does that affect gold? Things like that. And we trade the entire market in unison, a whole of market approach, and not just concentrating all of your risk on one price point on one asset.
Aussie dollar. Entering position. Short.
Take a look at that. It's bots trading crap. So anyway, just a quick overview of what's going on. Where are we? What's likely to happen? Oil's another thing. Oil is likely to pull back at some point to some degree. Wherever it's going to make a high, if it makes a higher high today, I'm going to be getting into that. I've already got some pending orders set on oil. When that gets ready to happen, we'll talk about it. What do we have here? But still, yeah, realistically, been trying to be short gold. I would still be in this epic short that I had yesterday, but I hit target. So that position is closed out. The trade is still good. I was just taking a counter trend move today to try to catch a lower high somewhere. Wherever the lower high is going to be, just taking the counter trend move. But, you know, we got some weird news there. Don't know what the dollar is doing, but I wouldn't sell this right now on gold. It's not a short for a reason. But that reason is classified. Not a short. Not yet. It will be at some point, but it's not there yet. It's not the best risk yet to start selling it. There's a reasonable expectation of some kind of retracement back up to test the high. So where are we? You know, what do we have overall? You know, we can look at like higher time frame stuff and talk macro. We're really at this point, it's a very slow market today, and we're still looking for entries, obviously, but we're going to try to figure out what we're doing next week. Sometimes that can be more valuable. Figure out where we are we going, what's likely to happen later. That can be the most valuable information. Because if you can figure that out, you can have a continued bias, a very clear bias for next week. Actually had a pretty good week this week. It was relatively smooth, better than the last 2 weeks. Had really messy price action the last 2 weeks. It was better this week. Dead today, but better this week. Actually did all right this week. In the green. In the green matters. I think I'm like a little more than 0.5% this week since Monday. Low risk though. I trade low risk. That's amazing for low risk. You're not seeing any 10 and 20 lot trades here. The majority of my positions will be less than a mini lot really, but I stack them in across the market and build a distributed net position instead of putting everything on one price point on one chart, one asset, we'll say. Yeah, just distribute my risk a little differently because I understand the power of doing that from years of testing algorithms and developing trading bots. I understand the power of distributing the risk across the market and not concentrating everything on one point on one chart. It's just me personally. If what you're doing works for you, do it. Keep doing it. But yeah, anyway. Buttcorn. Talked about that. It's probably going down. I'm curious to see what's going to happen with the equities market here today. What is going on with this? It's not going anywhere. We have virtually zero volatility in the market. It's Friday. I'm a little surprised that we didn't get much on that news. We didn't get much pop on that. So what we're going to do is we're going to, in 11 minutes, when the stock market opens, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens there. Haven't really gotten much. The dollar's all over. Ooh, big pump on the dollar all of a sudden. But that, interesting. Nothing has changed. I think the bot got some decent positions though. It did take a couple more positions. So when the market opens, we'll see what happens. Something right there. Just took something. What was it? Aussie dollar. Short on Aussie dollar. Smart Grid doesn't have the sounds put in it yet, so that's what it was. Didn't tell us about it, but just right there. Yeah. Candles candlestick pattern is what it is. So what do we do here? We're waiting to see what direction we're going to get. Are we going to get a full day's candle on the dollar? We want to have a bullish bias on the dollar overall. I was trying to be bearish early so we could get long again, but it looks like it's just going to go. We don't really want to be short dollar right now. It's probably not a good idea. You know, in whatever form that is, you know, whether you're long Aussie dollar on the top, you know, euro dollar would have been a good scalp, but now the dollar wants to go bullish, which is what we really want to begin with. So when the dollar pulls back, you know, we'll make a decision on it. We have a good idea where it's heading on the way up. If the dollar pulls back, you know, we'll probably position on that. It's probably go ahead and start doing it really. Direction change on the dollar. Basically invalidated at this point. As the dollar pulls back here, if it doesn't just run straight up, if it pulls back a little bit, probably going to position on some things. Aussie dollar short, euro dollar short. I just would really rather take pullbacks. The entries were all yesterday on that kind of stuff. Some really good entries yesterday on the dollar and the yen too. This pound yen's murder. Killing that short way up on the top. Long way to go there. So get that out of the way. What do we do? I'm waiting on the bot to knock some profits out. That's the question, is what do you do right now with everything's already happening? That was kind of a dud news event and way delayed reaction on that. So as that starts to go, again, going to wait for the dollar to pull back. I think that's the answer right now on that, is to wait for that to happen. But when it does, they'll probably set up some entries. Hold on, let me see if my oil trade tagged in. Hopefully. Did it? Maybe. 1 second. I had a pending order on oil. I don't know if it hit. Oh my gosh, it came so close and then turned around. No. Within like, I mean, basically within the spread. Nope. Oh man. I had a pending order short. I'm trying to catch this just on the higher high. It was like within the spread, basically. So no go there. If it runs higher, I'm going to be scaling into it. Again, anything above that high right there, take another entry. This is going to get wrecked at some point, but I'm going to wait for it to make a high first. I'm trying to sell the high of the day on oil. I'll throw some hints today. Gold's still alive. That could be the savior of the day right there, depending on what happens with that. This is one of those things where it popped up, came back to the center. You probably don't want to short that. Maybe get the gold bounce to break the high. Looks good. Wouldn't want to be short on it, period. Not yet. Later, but not now. Yeah, so good game dollar, but it's already up. I'm not going to start chasing the dollar now. Dollar CAD was good, but wrecked price action, just stupid. Really rough. It was hard to get anything today, honestly. Like, there wasn't really a lot happening, and then all of a sudden we got a weird news event and now it wants to go like way later. So we'll get the market open in here. That's what we're going to do. We're going to watch the stock market, try to figure out what happens when this opens. That's going to give us much better information. Oh, cool. Yeah. Sweet. Yeah. Good game. Yeah. I mean, it works great, but yeah, it's it's available to the group. It's just part of it. It's part of being in the group. And one of the things I'm going to work on this weekend is possibly getting like a standalone version of that for people who just want that. but it'll be very fairly priced for what it is. I mean, it's extremely well valued, but it's, you know, part of it is the whole thing. It's all integrating with the bot and the system and all that. It's all one thing. But yeah, that's cool. I appreciate that. Appreciate the positivity there. And I will do my part to make sure that we have all of the tools that we need to beat this market. I will make darn sure of that. As we move forward, we're going to have everything we need. Whatever we need, we'll build it. And build some fun stuff too. CAD yen, that very well may be going up too. Let me look at the strength real quick. See what's up with the yen. Price action wise, it looks like it's on the bottom of a range. Yeah, interesting there. We'll watch this. Give it a few minutes. We got 3.5 minutes until the market opens. We don't have much information yet. We've got virtually nothing on the majority of the market. There could be a lot of whipsaw here because we haven't had much movement, and that's kind of the issue. Oh yeah, the control. Well, that's the fun part, actually. That's what makes it a lot of fun. It's useful too. It's actually very useful. It's very it's easy and quick. Like you don't have to think about it. You don't have to look at anything. You just do it, and it's just instantly. It just comes out like Neuralink. It just happens. You don't have to think or look at stuff and you know, what button do I push? It's just there. You just do it. It's like video games. But yeah, it's fun and useful. EuroCAD, man, that was a good little run yesterday. I think it's even better here. I think this is going to end up going higher. Not the best right this second. After it's already come off the low, that was it. You know, we had our zone set up there, so it did flush down. Anything, if this breaks the low a little bit, we're going to be looking targeting in here. Going to be watching EuroCAD on a broken low. If for some reason it comes down and cuts that low like that, I'm going to be getting long. Or if it goes all the way down, I'm definitely going to be getting long. I'm going to try this 2 times. EuroCAD, been waiting on that one since yesterday. It actually was decent overnight and then sold off again. So let's watch the market. A minute and a half. Again, not much information. We're just trying to go over everything real quick and just see where we are, what we have. You know, what do we have here? What is there that we can trade that's not like a lot of risk on a Friday? You don't want to get caught in a bad situation on a Friday. Gosh, man, that euro dollar ate dirt. It's good from yesterday. The short was great yesterday on that. But now that it's broken the low, it's not an entry short either. You know, this is the thing on euro dollar. We got another broken low here. It's not a good entry short. Mr. Slithery the Snake. Broke the low, bang. What happened when it broke the low? Ran all the way down, broke the low, bang. Ran all the way down and broke the low. Maybe this time is different. Maybe this time is different. So be careful on the open here. Let's watch. 30 seconds to launch. See which way we go. I'll give it a second. So whatever we get on the open, there'll probably be some things that start to develop. And we'll get back to trading too. Kind of waiting, really, to be honest. Not really in anything right now on the live account. Waiting. out of the way. Get the market open in here. Oh God, a lot of brightness in my face. The power of the sun in front of me. Ridiculous sometimes. That looks like, yeah, EuroCAD. Wait, you can't. That. All right, so market's opening here. See what we get. Let's go down to NASDAQ. We'll take a look at the bot here in a minute too. Bot's not really doing there. It took some profit overnight and there really hasn't much been happening. Hold on, let's watch the equities market on the open. Up. They're ringing the bell here. Gold. Really? Yes, what's going on here? Had some longs on the bot account. Buttcorn's not doing anything. All right, so we're up. We're heading up. Long EuroCAD. Yeah, I actually like EuroCAD. I still like it where it is. It's even better. Oh, there we go. All right. I've just got a couple little nothing positions on here. I'm taking it very easy on this because I've got to be flat by the end of the day, and I don't want to give back profits really. I'm letting the other account run though, which is not much has happened yet. So yeah. So up a little bit in equities. Broken low there. See what pair I'm on. Bitcoin, S&P. So we're up. We are up a little bit.
NASDAQ. Entering position. Short.
Yeah. It's going to be selling the expansion there. Short term. So what do we trade? Here's the question. What happens on the open? And then we try to figure it out. EuroCAD was good. Dollar. Pound CAD actually is interesting. Tempting. If it wasn't Friday, I'd be loading up on something like that. Aussie, same thing. I'm very interested in a pound Aussie long. I'm gonna guess that that's gonna go up today. Take that. Euro Aussie, Euro Yen. This EuroCAD. So EuroCAD, definitely watching for a low down here for sure. It would break the low one more time. I would be on it. And the thing is it might not. It might just go. We definitely got a candle there on the NASDAQ. Gold. Of course, gold's going. So we got gold moving opposite right now of stock market, which is interesting. Swiss yen, that is a long period. Coming back into the range like that. Don't even need to think about it. I'll look at it later. Just trying to get this thing somewhere in the green. I'm honestly just trying to get it flat. As soon as I hit $1 profit and just zero it out, I'll take that, because it's got to be flat by the end of the day. And then we'll trade the challenge account, which I'll take a little more risk on. And if I see something that needs to be traded, like needs a position on it, we'll flip over to that. We'll just go through this real quick though. Try to see what is happening. Aussie yen. I want to be short on a higher high. If that will go up and make a high, I actually want to be short on that. Not really the greatest thing right now. And there's so many things that look tempting. These Aussie pairs are just tempting. And it's one of those things where, you know, could, you know, set something down there like that, you know, risking, you know, whatever, $5 on the trade. It'll size your lots to 0.5. Take the trade. Man, I'm wrecked. My voice is gone. Hold on. Man, it's funny. My voice has just completely quit. It's crazy. I sit here and talk 12 hours a day. It's just like giving up. Anyway, Aussie CAD's interesting. It's so funny. It's just like, nope, no more. Work for Apple, yeah. Yeah, voice liquidation for ticker eliminated on that one. Volatility stop on the voice. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, it will work for Apple too. Yeah, that version is coming. It'll run under Wine on Mac right now, but there's an iPhone version coming too. It's available for Android now. Man, that's crazy. Voice just quit on me. But yeah, it is available. It will be available for like iPad and iOS, the iOS operating system. The issue with it right now is it's hard to sideload apps in development, and Apple requires that the app be on the App Store in order for you to install it. For the most part, there is a way to do it, but it's a pain in the butt. And until when I get it done, it'll just be available. It'll be available for all platforms. It'll be available for Windows, Mac, Android, iOS, and potentially some other things. Linux, of course, but it will be available for all platforms. You know, right now I'm just working on the Windows version because that's what most people have, and the Android version, which is easy to test. Like, you can put it on a mobile phone and, you know, use it from a mobile phone. You can just push the button. The buttons that are on the screen here are also touch active. Like, you can click it with a mouse or use a phone too. You know, just like touch the button. Phone. There's a whole bunch of other stuff that's coming too, but yeah, it's cool. It's a cool project, and it works. It's very effective, and it works great. Dollar CAD. That's interesting. What's the dollar doing? Oh, there's a dollar. So the dollar's pulling back to the top of the range. Could be a rejection point right there. Man, dollar CAD is very tempting here. So tempting. Normally I would be, wish it wasn't Friday. Actually, I may take that on the other account. This is the kind of thing that, you know, whatever, maybe I'll take it. I want to see that wick back up right here. You know, yep, exactly that. Wick back up and hold that equilibrium, and then be off to the races for the rest of the day. I want to see this hold right here. Yeah, money. And again, I'm just trying to zero this out. But, you know, we'll go over the markets at the same time. So where are we? Oil. That never hit my pending order either. That sucks, man. It seems so close. And immediately sold off. I had a pending order basically right here. It was right there. Pretty almost within the spread. It was 82.3 even right there is where I set it. 82.3. And it didn't hit. Sucks. Didn't hit it and gone. That was garbage. That would have been a good trade. Oh, Jesus, gold dropped. Man, rough so far today. But now that the market's open, we can kind of get an idea on what's happening. Just nothing in London is what it was. Dow's all over the place. I'm actually long Dow and NASDAQ on the other account. Silver, like, you know, that could be something where that makes sense. That's a potential low of the day. Gosh, just missed it right there on the hash. Metals might go up, might go back up, even though it looks crazy right now. Some of the dollar stuff could be interesting. Yeah, I'm just not going to go too deep on this account. I'm trying to hold my gains that I made this week and just not do anything stupid on this one right now until better opportunities come along. The market's too weird right now. There were some really good opportunities this week, especially on the Aussie. There's a lot of good stuff on the Aussie. Aussie CAD was a crazy high, really nutty high. Pound Aussie still looks great. Still looks good. Price action wise, you know, you got a range basically in here, and you know, probably between, we'll say right here ish, there's a range, and eventually that's going to get out of that range, probably back to the upside. It's down all week, just all the way down, and now it's gone up into this consolidation. It's good. It's great. Hey, what's up, Chris? Good morning. Man, as far as individual stocks, yeah, $0 back up. Yeah, as far as individual stocks, I don't know. I mean, we're in a weird period right now. I think we're probably closer than you think. We're in a weird period right now with the stock market. It depends on which stocks, and you know, and that's the thing, is how far. There's going to be certain sectors that are going to be fine. And there goes EuroCAD. Dadgummit. That still may be good. That looks like it's trying to put in a low, so we'll watch that. But yeah, as far as the stock market overall, I mean, down a lot. There's still stocks that are down 70-80%. You got a lot of that. So there's investment opportunities, at least in a lot of the market there is. So, there'll be some things that are going to be good. But yeah, overall, like I could potentially see a scenario where, it comes down for at least short term. It depends on, what your time frame is basically. Oh yeah. Netflix. We'll take a look at that. Actually, we'll take a look at some individual names. We'll look at the big blue chips, Tesla, Netflix, Microsoft, Apple. Just take a look and see what's going on, because that affects the Dow too, which affects currency. Honestly, understanding the whole market is the winner. Like, if you just restrict yourself to just one thing, like only crypto or only Forex, you're going to be left behind. And just, a side note, Swiss yen's looking good there. Yep, that's for now. We'll come back when things make a little more sense. We just got a weird move on the dollar all of a sudden. Take a look at the equities market real quick and just take another flip through the charts and see what we got. Why not? Come on, NASDAQ. I want the NASDAQ to go up. I want the Dow and the NASDAQ to run up. Nothing's really changed on the bot. Bot's trading supply and demand. It's taking a short, supply and demand short on the NASDAQ is what it is. Yeah.
Pound CAD. Entering position. Log.
CAD, maybe. Take a look real quick. Why not? FLX. wrong one. Yeah, Netflix. Oh wow. Yeah. Okay. It's up right now. Um. Yeah. So. Oh man. Well, I actually, yeah, I remember kind of in here. It's about where you were before. I thought it was. It wasn't. It might have been up in there. God. Holy cow. Yeah. See, Netflix specifically, man. See, Netflix is kind of screwing up, man. To be honest, like as a customer of Netflix, they're actually in March, and this is why you may want to hold on.
NASDAQ. Entering position. Short.
It's trading supply and demand. Netflix just announced actually a couple days ago that they're in March they're going to start banning users who share passwords. So what that's in theory, what that's going to do is force some people to buy another subscription because they're like, crap, now I can't share my sister's password, so now I got to buy Netflix because I still want to watch my show. In theory, that's what they're trying to do. God, that was down 76%. Man. Yeah, so they just announced that. They said in March they're going to start banning users who share passwords. So that could bring more revenue into the company specifically. But yeah, I mean, that was a rough run. Oh man, you got 175. Yeah, see, and here's the thing, how much of this is going to run back up? It depends on what your goals are, really. What are your goals for that profit? We're back into a consolidation. There is that gap up there. I mean, if you got in that low at 175, basically the bottom, and one thing you can do is start unwinding your higher positions. If you have some higher, you could unwind a little bit of your higher position. If you have the ability to do that, you could at least take some off of your average. If you bought in up here, but you also bought in down here, as it gets above whatever your higher buys are, you can just take out whatever that lot size or that volume, however many contracts you had, shares, depending, if it's shares, take a little bit off and you'll be left with the better position on the bottom, but with less exposure to the market for this to pull back down. So you'll have less exposure, but you'll have less risk and a better position. That's probably the better idea. If you really wanted to be aggressive, you can just leave it all on and hope that it goes higher, and it may go fill that gap. Netflix isn't dead. I think they tried this ad supported thing that's not really working very well. I think that was kind of a flop, but I don't think Netflix is going to die. They're getting into video games. That hasn't happened yet. That's going to be huge when that happens. You're going to start to see streaming games come onto Netflix. They're already kind of testing it out a little bit. There's a trivia game on there. We were playing it. My girl and I were playing it not long ago. Oh, there's money. Come on, bot. Give me that dollar. Give me them monies. Oh yeah, drawdowns come down. All right, looking better. And dollars all over the place. Dollars just screwing around. Hold on a second. Watch the equities market real quick over here. Waiting for something up higher. We're getting there. We're going to be selling the high of the day today. I hope we make it all the way to the high of the week. I'm going to send it for next week. Send it to the floor. Hold on. But yeah, that's interesting. Take a look at some blue chips real quick while we're waiting for the market to do something. Tesla, yeah, I wouldn't bet against Elon here. That's going to be stupid for all the people who shorted way down on the bottom. That was a bonehead move. Down 75%. Most advanced technology in the world. SpaceX and Tesla with billions of self-driving miles of data. They're light years ahead. Light years. ahead of everyone else in self-driving. They cannot be caught. They're so far ahead that they will never be caught, ever. They have enough data and enough head start in their AI, the self-driving AI. They'll never be caught. So they are going to trample all over everybody in the self-driving game because they already have the data. They've got years head start. So I wouldn't bet against Elon, period. I think a lot of people are trying to short him into the ground. They don't like his politics. We'll see how that works out. And as history is written, I wouldn't bet against him, honestly. So whatever. On the way back up there, it makes sense. So we're showing some signs of life here in the market. Microsoft, high or low. Again, these are daily candles. We could probably go to a different time frame, but just kind of getting a general idea. Where are we heading? Where are the big boys heading? Because the big boys are driving the market, like Apple, Microsoft, those kind of stonks. The blue chip stonks. High or low here. Yeah, I mean, on the way back up. Maybe the worst of it is over for now. The crazy thing is the dollar looks like it's about to come back up too. So I don't know how this is going to go. We're probably due for some kind of upside here, at least something. It would make sense, even if it makes a lower high. Eventually, it's going to stop making lower highs, and then when it pulls back, everybody's going to buy into it. Man, voice wrecked. That's a thing. Microsoft actually is the largest investor. They've invested, I think, like $30 billion or something stupid like that into ChatGPT. So they are controlling stakeholders of ChatGPT. I would expect to see some very powerful AI features start to enter the Microsoft ecosystem, like Office and all that stuff. Microsoft Office, Windows. Wait till the next version of Windows comes out and you're going to have the AI Cortana. They've already been planning it for a while, I'm sure. Yeah, I mean, that actually may be happening too, Jeff, to be honest. I think on the long term, that's probably true. China is the rising power. I think it would be foolish to not acknowledge that. It's just, that's how it happens. That's how world orders come. Again, world orders come and go. The Dutch Empire, then the British Empire, then basically the American Empire. Now, probably going to have the Chinese Empire. After that, these 100-year reigns. More than that, 200 to 400 year reigns. It's all happens like that. It's funny. Historically, there are booms and busts of societies. The Roman Empire. This is how this works. It's how it works. People don't like to admit it, but I actually completely agree with you on that. Unfortunately, it probably is true. But we're not there yet. We haven't gotten to the war part of it yet. Generally, the two competing powers the dominant power and the rising power will clash militarily at some point. And we're getting there. We're getting there with China. It's going to happen in our lifetimes, I'm sure. So we're getting there. Unfortunately, it's going to happen. Anyway, Microsoft, all that. Big boys are coming up. We'll take a look at Apple. Yeah, probably true that the U.S. is not going to be the dominant power forever. Nobody is. It would be foolish to believe that would be the case. Depends. Speaking of Microsoft, trying to get updates. It depends on the technological situation. Can we maintain technological superiority? It's unlikely. Just the numbers alone by population. And here's the thing. say you have a society that has 300 million people, and you have a society that has, you know, a billion people, you know, or whatever, many more. Depending on the culture and the work ethic and those types of things, you can have, say, a certain percentage of your population, of your 300 million people, are engineers and scientists and things like that, that move technology forward. And you have that same percentage equally, we'll just assume that it's equal. In the larger society, by percentage, it's the same, but by numbers, they have a massive advantage. Even if they have the same percentage of higher level thinkers and things like that, higher level producers, the society with the greater population, at the same percentage of those engineers and programmers and whatever, you know, whatever it may be, the technological advancement, they will have more people working on the problem, and just the power in numbers alone just makes sense. It makes sense that the larger population with an equal percentage of highly producing citizens, workers, they're going to eventually come ahead. It's just math. Like, it's just the way that it works. It's the way nature works. You know, it's, you know, it's the way nature works. You know, 1,000 fire ants can take down, you know, a wolf. You know, it's just power in numbers sometimes. You know, bees, a swarm of bees, even though the bees are very small, a swarm of bees can take down a human. And it's just, it's nature. It is what it is. And it would be fair to assume that the U.S. will not remain the dominant power, for many reasons, mostly because of the turmoil within. And that is the problem. You want to destroy a society, you destroy it from within. So where are we? Dollars screwing around. You know, I tend to get into a lot of these philosophical discussions a lot, but you know, it's all relevant. When the market is screwing around, we talk about some interesting things sometimes. It's all healthy discussion. Whoa, pound Aussie. A very large candle. All of a sudden. Interesting. Yeah, true. On a financial, there's probably, you know, and I think that's part of it, is it's time for a change in currency and the way that we think about commerce and stuff. The world is going to have to change, and you know, it's going to be a bumpy ride. There's going to be many things that are going to change. It's going to be a bumpy ride, that's for sure. Euro Aussie looks better. Something happened to the pound. Pound just took a rip. Man, pound Aussie. Dadgummit, we were just talking about this. Wrecked. Well, doggone. Ripped off the low. Whatever happened. Am I in that? I'm still in that. Not hit break even yet. I'm so close. Pound Aussie's going though. So yeah, we got a bumpy ride coming globally, especially for Western societies. It's going to be a hard pill to swallow to not be the dominant force anymore, not be the dominant ideology. And there may be a time coming in the world, not that I support it at all, but keeping it real for a minute, there may be a time coming over the next 100 years where some type of communism, or some, you know, it depends on how you want to define it, some type of social blanket system is the dominant system in the world. You know, we've kind of talked about that yesterday. There's a likelihood that could happen. I don't like it, but there's a chance that could happen.
NASDAQ. Entering position. Short.
Man, we're getting some volatility all of a sudden. You know, like we were talking about, what happens if people don't need to work anymore? What happens if it's just not worth it to have humans working? What do you do with all the humans? You have to support them somehow. Everything has to be subsidized and socialized. And it's not what I would want, but it would be foolish to think it's impossible. And money. What happened? Anyway, you know, we don't want that to happen. I definitely don't want that to happen. I'm a life and liberty kind of guy. Definitely don't want that. But it would be foolish to think that it would be impossible. You know, just again, the weird game theory of the future kind of stuff. EuroCAD actually looks really good here. I wish this would break the low so I could get a really good entry for next week. I think it could involve nukes. I think it's possible. I think the bigger risk that is kind of flying under the radar is the bio risk. I think biological weaponry is the real risk. I think nukes are a deterrent. They're a psychological deterrent, to the point where it could even shift policy. You know, to just threaten nuclear confrontation can cause a population to say, wait a minute, like, we don't want this. And that can even shift policy, just the threat of it, by voting, you know, and over time shifting public perception and things. I think it's a better deterrent. That's a zero sum game. You know, once that starts, everybody gets wiped out. And then what do you have? If everybody's dead, what do you have? Let me focus this camera real quick. See, it's starting to get fuzzy. Anyway, I think the real risk is some kind of biological weapon getting out of control. Speaking of which, I see a good show that just started. It's got Pedro Pascal in it, the dude from The Mandalorian. I think it's called The Last of Us. Speaking of that, this was actually really good. I watched the first couple episodes. The Last of Us. Check that out. If you can somehow watch that. I think it's an HBO series. It's got the guy from The Mandalorian, Pedro Pascal. And it's basically about a fungus that's not supposed to be able to survive in humans mutating to the point where it can, and it takes over the entire world, and almost everybody dies in the entire world, and there's only certain people left. And that it's actually really good. It's very good. It is it's going to be a very good series. It's hard to explain, but yeah, it's kind of along those lines. There's a fungus that's not supposed to be able to survive in humans that mutates, somehow mutates, and it kills everybody, basically. So that's an interesting show. Check that out if you get a chance. It's very good, but it's kind of along those lines. I think that's the real risk, is those types of things. Biological weaponry getting out of control, or, you know, there's always nut jobs out there that'll release something and just want to see the world burn. I think that's a very real risk. As technology gets better and people get more access to information, dangerous information, there is such a thing as dangerous information. Now, personally believe that, you know, we should not squander information just because it's dangerous. Now, the truth is there is a such thing as dangerous information. There is. You know, it's kind of like guns. You know, guns are fun. Guns are a great tool to have. It's a good thing to defend yourself. But there's always some idiot out there. This ruins it for everybody. You know, just like if someone learns to make ricin online or something, you know, on some dark website or whatever, and then they go and home compound some ricin and then go dump it in a water supply. You know, there's always some idiot out there. That doesn't mean it was the information that was bad. You know, so that's the problem, is there's a risk of some doofus starting some world war somewhere, some rogue scientist that's loyal to his state saying, you know what, let's just kick this thing off. Let me mail a box of X pathogen to some embassy or some football game where there's 80,000 people, you know, that kind of thing. Then you got a real problem. I think that's the bigger risk personally, the nuclear risk. But I think in the future, that's going to be a very big problem. I think we're probably close to it now. Yeah, weird conversations here. Come on, EuroCAD. Hold on a second. Getting ready to fire away on that one. Hold on. Where is this? 1 second. Find it before it goes away. All right. Where it is right now, there's something about it that I like and I'm willing to take a shot at it. Just a small piece. I'll mess with it later. EuroCAD, I'll look at it Monday. We'll see. We'll see if that ends up doing something. What was the other one? Euro Aussie. I'm waiting for that to break the low. If I have to take the stop on that, I'll take the stop. But I want to see if it's going to bounce first. I have a feeling we're about to get a bunch of bounces. There's a very good possibility. Yikes. Need to eat something's what I need to do. Pound Swiss could be a long. That's the kind of thing that makes sense too. I'm gonna take some small nibbles on stuff and look at it later. There's really not much else to do. I'm gonna push this thing into the green and close out on a Friday. Really. There we go. Swissian's going. What's the biggest issue right now? Biggest problem. Dollar CAD. Dollar CAD from earlier. So close to break even on this. Anywho, keep messing around with this. There's no trending here. There's no trending market. Stuff is all over the place. This is crap. It's garbage. It's really no good. Aussie dollar, there that goes. Gosh. Silver did? Oh man, I hope. I was long silver. Should still be long. Oh yeah, gold's back in profit. Silver's back up. Yeah, I took it long this morning. And the market's all over the place. It's going both directions is exactly what's going on. It's crap. Dangerous. So we keep flipping through. Yeah, we're just bouncing back and forth in these ranges on almost everything. Dollar, same. It's just up and down and up and down and up and down. There's nothing really to do here. The one good thing, you know, we've got stock market has just run. That's good. I'm waiting for some highs on this a little bit more. And this is going to start getting interesting on Stonks. Stonks, let's go. A little bit more. Crap though. Man, we're so close on the NASDAQ to taking another one. There. Yeah, so weird market here. Nothing bad's happened. Just can't get something running. Was long NASDAQ though. Was long NASDAQ and long Dow. So that's actually going, thankfully. Two biggest positions in profit are the Dow long and the NASDAQ long. Basically. Then the bot's starting to scale into shorts, which is what I want. long silver that's still under. If that keeps going up, that's not going to be a problem anymore. Be in profit here soon, probably, on the bot account. I'm just kind of letting it do its thing, and I'm taking little nibbles here and there. Nothing changed. Yeah. A little bit more on the NASDAQ. Try to catch the high of the day somewhere. A little bit higher. It's going to be money. Money. When this gets up here, if it makes it all the way up.
NASDAQ.
Entering
position. Short.
Fine. The bot's scaling in. It's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. Interesting where we are on the S&P. Oh, so tempting. The Dow. A little bit more on the Dow, and I might have to try it. We're in the money. You know, we're in the money now. We're in the gap. I'm going to try it here in just a minute. One more push. It's going to be worth the shot. Try to sell the high of the day. And if it goes a little more, I'm willing to take 2 positions on this. If it basically there now, and if it goes a little bit more, then try another one. Dow pushes one more time to the upside. I hope we don't miss this. You know, we're in it now. Like, this is when you take a shot at it and like look at it Monday is really what it's going to be. Already got some shorts on here on the bot. Not going to jump in that one yet. I'm going to watch the Dow. Here we go on the rejection. Heck of it. The S&P is kind of giving it away too, where the S&P is. Got some very good potential positions happening here. I wish it would run all the way up a little bit more, like up into here. If we make it up here today, it's swing for a home run time. You try it here first. Yeah, so let's watch this. Got some potential here. Very interesting. You know, we're breaking highs. We're making new highs here in the gap. This is where you get interested in this. I'm gonna watch it. We'll watch the Dow and the S&P at the same time. Put on a little bit of risk for Monday. Change my profit target actually. I don't want us to have some tight profit target that gets hit easily. Set this back to 250. Look for a 0.25%.
5 minutes.
I'm not going to do anything stupid here because I'm way ahead for the week. But we push up there, it's going to be time. Got a lot of good stuff going here. A little bit more. More. Euro yen's a possibility. Nailed that on EuroCAD. Perfect. That's exactly what you want to see right there. All right. Better. That definitely looks better. At this point, we're watching the equities market. See if we can, what kind of high we're going to put in, or if this whole thing's going to reject and get torn back down. Like, we're at a sketchy spot there. The pound looks good all of a sudden. Pound yen. Jesus. Looks like it's going to go up. Pound CAD made sense. Good closes there. All over the market had some really good closes. Yes, that's probably okay. Yeah. Patient. It's time to be patient. There's some very good entries coming. If we're not there now, we're very close. Today. Come on, NASDAQ. Let's just run it up. Run it all the way up. Need to watch this. We can run this all the way up here. This is going to be a good run here. I need to go grab a drink. We're going to wait for this. Actually going to set an alert. Where? Maybe. Could do it on the tool. The ability to take alerts at certain levels. We're really going to be looking, man, if this comes up here, bruh. I hope it does. I want it to come all the way up here so I can short it and just sit back and watch the show on Monday. Skybox seats to the show. This kind of thing. Going to be extremely high if it does run the full day's range here, the full week's range. So gonna wait for that. Already know what I'm watching. I'm gonna wait to see what's gonna happen and see what we get here. I'm gonna try to be patient on this and hope it doesn't just take off early. I'm gonna try to be patient and let this hit up here. Got something good coming. What all this is, but there are reasons. We're up there right now. We're up in the clouds. We're going to wait for that. Somewhere up into here. Going to be great. Give me just a few minutes. Let me run down the kitchen real quick. I'll be right back. And we'll continue the day out. It's Friday. We generally run it all the way into the end of the day. There's going to be all kind of stuff that's going to happen here. This is either going to sell off hard here, which I doubt, or it's going to run all the way up. When the equities market makes it up here today, there is going to be a ton of entries that happen. It's just going to be fire on everything. Dollar, gold, probably some of the Aussie and CAD stuff too. The whole market is going to be at a crazy level. If this will just run up just a little bit more, there's going to be a very, very good net position to have. That's probably will run for a couple days. So definitely going to be watching this. Waiting on this. Anyway, give me just a few minutes. Gold, there's nothing to do on gold. You can rewind actually. I think you can rewind the stream. We probably talked about it in depth, but looking for it to go higher to sell the high of the day, but it's not going anywhere right now. Gold is probably not a good thing to trade right this second. But when the equities market gets to the high, it might be. It's not a good entry right now. One way or the other, it's probably not a good idea. We'll take a look at it in a little bit. The quick answer is no trade on gold. For me personally, I wouldn't take it one way or the other right now. But we'll take a look at it in just a few minutes. This is the most interesting thing happening because this is going to set up the rest of the market. We'll see what happens if we make it up here or if this rejects and comes down. It's going to be very important. We're running up into a lot of sellers up here. There's a lot of stuff that's going to happen when this gets up here, and it's going to be a very good opportunity for a retracement. Huge hint here. You're probably going to get some trades here. So give me just a few minutes. Because I've got a few minutes, this will be a good time to take it. While we're waiting for this, we got the alert set. Going to be all kind of stuff going on. Yeah, just give me just a few minutes and we'll there's just nothing to say on gold really. It was a good long, and until it's a short. I think it's going to be a great short, a very good short. It's just not running up as high as I would have liked it to, but we're going to watch it. Yeah, we're going to watch how this all plays out here. There's going to be some good stuff, though. It's very aggressive to try to buy into it. I wouldn't be trying to go long here. However, if it goes higher, like NASDAQ, S&P, Dow, if they go higher, there's going to be a very good opportunity here for something that's going to happen later. And we'll get to that. Trust me, we're going to try to catch this. Easy call. It's an easy call if we get there. Anyway, give me just a few minutes.
Hey, hey.
All right, well, there's your answer. Probably the high of the day. Extremely likely that was your high. So here we go. So probably going to be the high for a minute on that. It's unlikely that that goes and breaks that high today. What do we have here? What now? Silver's, God, that's dying. Holy cow. Didn't go. Wrecked. But when that finds the low, maybe try it again. Yeah, so silver's the biggest issue here. Gold. So no go on those. Wanted to be short. Dang, bought some of it. Was hoping that was going to go a little bit more. But it didn't. It didn't even break that previous high. That's crazy. So yeah, now we got the high there. Good news is the bot has a lot of good positions on that. Killer entry right on the high. Gonna be a good one. Wait. So yeah. Biggest issue is silver right now. Whatever. Thing just ate dirt. Just taking a stop. Sorry, it's $40. I'll make up for it somehow. When it finds the low, we'll figure that out. But yeah, probably the high of the day there on the equities market. That's important. We're likely going to be in a scenario where the dollar is going to be much stronger next week. That's a thing. Let me finish eating real quick and we'll go over everything. I was trying to hurry up and run up here. I was watching on my phone and then I watched it reject like that. I was like, oh man, here we go. So trying to catch the counter trend move today, but the continuation was the thing. That could have been the highest prices you're going to see for a minute on gold and NASDAQ and all that stuff. Might have been it. See how this plays out here, but it's unlikely that that's going to go back and break the high at this point. So good game. See how this plays out. See if we go back and break the low today and run down all day. If this retests up here, might start getting back into that. But that was a piece of information that we needed. A little bit lower on silver and gold. Unfortunately, it's just going to fall. I mean, not unfortunately, it was good because it got some good positions on it. But yeah, whatever. Dollar stuff didn't go the right direction today, but overall it's still okay, but not perfect. Day's not over yet. All the stuff from yesterday is still good. The overall direction is still right. I was really hoping to catch that counter trend move today. Just didn't go very far. Ooh, EuroCAD, that's much better now. That's all this stuff is gone. Stopped out. Sucks. Waiting. Got some good entries though. Now what? Finish eating real quick and we'll figure it out. Right now, I mean, that was probably the high. We're going to wait for it to bounce and then potentially re-enter. But this is roasted. Like, there's a lot of room for this to come down today. Well, let's watch and see. Give me just a minute. Almost done. Oh yeah, yeah, Sam, dude, the Aussie CAD, like even out to like way higher time frames, weekly and the monthly. That's going to be a really good one, and there'll be more chances to get into that too. That's a whole nother. I'm kind of kicking myself for not holding on to it yesterday, but yeah, that's going to be a really good, like probably a longer term. Like that may go for a couple weeks. Looks good. That actually looks really good. Give me just a second. I'll be right back. All right. See where we are. Just flipping through, looking. See if we can finish out this Friday. God, still have not made it. There hasn't been enough movement. Like, this is actually getting kind of crazy. There hasn't been enough movement overall, really, to do much of anything. Finally got a little bit of volatility there, but overall, like, really not a lot happening. Do with it all. Oh, bot's got some good trades on. Doing all right. Like, you know, I mean, it's holding its own, really. It's lower risk, but it's making profits. Wasn't for me trying to counter trend that gold long today. Only $48 today. It's not bad. Trading micro lots. It's like 500 plus. It's like 500 pips net. Trading micro lots. So doing pretty good. That GJ short yesterday off the high yesterday was a good one. That helped. That was a manual trade, but it was still small. But yeah, other than that, like 100% in the green for the week for sure. Working on the trending market thing. I've actually been testing stuff this morning. I might have a possible solution for that. It's a combo solution between filtering and counter strategy trading it. Trading a trending strategy with the mean reversion and filtering the mean reversion to only the best potential runs, outsides. Instead of taking every one, take only the outsides of the range. And that's where range expansion will do quite a bit better than just a raw open reversion, but you'll get more potential with like a raw open reversion with no filtering on it. I've watched that thing do some crazy numbers before in a choppy market. You hit it like 0.1% profit, like literally 15, 16 times a day. Crazy. You're doing like 1.5% in a day trading micro lots on like a 25K account. Ridiculous. And it's happened before. Oh, that was a 10K account actually. So it can do it. It's just those hard trending markets. What I'm testing is pound dollar on September 12th. Around September 12th, when that crazy move happened. That's what I'm running in the tester on the other computer. That ridiculous where it just went down like 1,000 pips in a couple days. Yeah, 1,400 pips in 12 days. Testing it right around, I think September 12th is when it started. Yeah. Starting the test on September 12th. And I think it was the next day. September 13th is when that whole move started, and it just did not pull back, and it just kept going and kept going and kept going all the way down. At a 10% drop in pound dollar, just straight down. Straight, no chaser. 11% drop. But starting from the 12th and testing through that period all the way to when this market came back right there. From September to October. So the September and October of 2022 is like a benchmark time frame to test. 2022 September to October, but really starting on the 12th and just kind of letting it run. We'll just say September 1st to October 1st, we could call it, but maybe a little past that, October 5th or so. I want to let it run through both of these big, huge, massive trends, and then back a little bit. So this time right here is a very good time to test algorithms. If you can survive this, if you can get a mean reversion or any combo really to survive that run, you're probably going to be okay. That was 11% in like 5 or 6 days, but it was like a 1400 pip drop straight without really pulling back much at all. So if we can survive this and then an immediate run back up, same thing, ridiculous, completely ridiculous volatility and just hard trends, just big blowouts. Every single day was a blowout. This all the way back up 1200 pips. If it can survive this right here, this window of time, I'm going to be fine. So I'm going to be testing that. I'm going to be doing actually a lot of that this weekend. We'll say the 5th or 6th of September to the 5th or 6th of March, but really on into that. Just say September, that 2-month stretch. September 1st to November 1st. They can survive that. Probably going to be fine. This was the thing that killed it last time. Last thing that killed the run was this right here. That was ridiculous. But that kind of stuff just doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen. Like it was an anomaly. So sometimes it's not going to hit it. But yeah, testing on that time period is a very good place to try it, because there were just these big runs that just did not stop, especially this right here. This right here was the nail in the coffin. That run right there. It's 1,000 pips in about 2 days. Just absolutely devastating to any kind of mean reversion strategy. It was over 1,000 pips. Okay, so 3 days. A 3-day stretch, exactly. Crazy. So if it can survive that, then we're good. And then, basically running a momentum strategy in that to protect it. I think I got a solution for this. I think I have a solution actually. So that's going to be interesting. I'm going to be working on that this weekend. Actually have a good combination solution, but it's going to take some thought and some programming to take momentum on the way down and keep track of how much equity gain the momentum is getting, and offset any positions that are that are not in profit, that are in drawdown, and just knock them out. When you get a short that goes into profit, enough short exposure that goes into profit by the same number of negativity that the higher entries have, just close them both out and start again. So it'll neutralize itself on the way down. In theory, it should work, and I'm going to have to program that. It's going to be interesting. I think there's a potential solution there, a management solution. And if I can solve that problem, then that's the Holy Grail, literally. So I'm working on solving that problem. I have a good idea. I'm going to try it, but it's going to be some testing. And a combination between that and filtering will probably be the right answer. But yeah, I'm going to be running it through this window of time is a very good one to test on. September to November. During that crazy, that was enough right there. 1,000 pips in 3 days. That's about as volatile as it's going to get. And anything beyond that is just an acceptable risk in the market. That's this kind of thing was just not something that happens. It's not even like a once a year thing. It's just like a once a 5 or 10 year thing that something really moves that far, that fast. Especially after it was already down, but with no retracement. It's the no retracement thing. It's the straight down, zero pullbacks, no F's given, straight down. That kind of thing is good if you're in a trending strategy or a momentum strategy, but a mean reversion strategy will kill you. So we got to protect against that kind of stuff. I'm going to figure it out. I think I'm close. It already has the ability to probably slow that down by just using filtering, but you're going to miss some trades too. And try to figure out how to take it in momentum and also profit from it. And it's just about finding the right combination. Find the right combination of things. It already has the ability to do it. It's just going to be figuring it out. What is the configuration? Dollar yen. No, dollar yen. Dollar index. Dollar yen too. This looks like this is about ready to run. It's close. That's starting to look pretty good. Looks like we're due for some upside. We're probably due for an up week. We just had this whole consolidation where nothing happened. Maybe next week. It wasn't today, so maybe next week. Some of these like Aussie dollar and all this stuff's gonna get wrecked, man. Eventually, euro dollar, wrecked. It's already above this previous high here. Thing's gonna get roasted at some point. Maybe next week. Maybe it is. Gold, same. It's gonna get roasted. This isn't gonna survive up here for it's not just gonna stay here without pulling back. It's just extremely rare for something to move that far and not pull back at all. So where's the pullback? Where is it going to be? What's up with equities? When is that going to happen? Are we in for a shift here? We got it right last time on this shift up here. We were in this, getting into it this whole time. The red hammer of truth. Then bang. Had that right in a big way. And we're kind of getting to the same situation here. We got a red candle on the Dow. Correct. Yeah, this could get really interesting here next week. Profits going. Good game. Drawdowns come down quite a bit. Once this NASDAQ and all that roasted off the high, the Dow was short on all that stuff. Boy, I got that right. We spent time talking about this today. To go back and watch that. Rewind the video where we talked about this right here. And why, exactly why. It's got it, just a small piece. Took a nibble. I was waiting for it to go. I was hoping it was going to run all the way up today. So I could actually hit it heavier, but at least I got something on it. Could have been worse. I have a very, very good entry on the NASDAQ. Short 11982.6. Oh no, wait. No, that's not the highest one. That's the one that's in the most profit. That's a long, never mind. The bot. No, the highest entry is 11128.45. 11128.45. Crazy. It's like right at the top. But that's where it was, That was it. That could be really good. I'm just going to let it roll. I want it to break the high, actually. I wish it would run up here. That's what I was looking for. Man. I was just taking a bigger position on it. But Yeah, we'll see. It's weird to see the Dow have a big, crazy drop and not much there on the S&P. I mean, the NASDAQ. Not as much on the S&P for sure. That was it right there. When this all timed out right here. I hope that, honestly, I hope it runs up and breaks the high. It'll just be better. It'll be better next week if we can just put in a stupid high today. I don't think it's going to happen, but maybe. I wish it would. I want to be short from up here for next week. I would much rather have that. Do it now and not screw around for Monday and Tuesday trying to get up there. Just do it now, and then let's just eat dirt for the rest of the week tomorrow, next week. Tomorrow week. That would be cool. Other than that, guys, I mean, we're just kind of waiting. The bot's gone out and positioned on a bunch of stuff. Just chilling, waiting on that. Got here. Let's see what we got. Yeah, crazy entry up there. Short on the NASDAQ. I hope it goes higher, honestly. It's closed profit, hasn't done much today. It's all bot stuff. Just knocking out these little $1 at a time things. But positioning, it's going out and getting some positions, which is good. I had my oil limit that never got hit. That sucked because that dumped hard. Ugh, that was terrible. Gosh. This is ridiculous, actually. Look at oil. Look at what I missed. You can see it. It is within 3.9 points. Huh? It missed by that much. 82.315. And the high was 82.264. How did that miss, man? Had a quarter contract up there waiting, quarter lot. Come on, bro. Come on, dude. Get out of here with that. It's whack. Yeah, you can really see it there. Look at where the limit was and look at where price went to. It didn't hit it. It hit to the point. To the point on the hash mark. To the point. And didn't poke through it. And if I would have just put it on there, it might have gotten filled. How in the heck did that not fill? I'm going to go into a 1 minute chart to really see it, like how close that actually was. That's whack, man. And then look at it. Just boom to the downside. Gone. Man. Whack. That's so crazy. It sucks, man. That would have been a great trade. Would have been way up. Even with that quarter, I mean, that probably would have been $100 right there. Easy. Or more. Gosh. Whack. There's no reason to have that anymore. Might as well close that out. That was stupid. Could have been good. But that happens sometimes. You're messing around with these levels can be so accurate that they just missed it by a couple points. Which is fine. So waiting on this. The bot's going out positioning. I'll let it do its thing. There's 0% chance that gets in any kind of trouble. I'll just let it go. Running 4 strategies on about 10 or 12 charts, 10 or 12 different assets, running 4 strategies each though. So not too much risk, but enough. And the risk is diversified enough, I think, that it should be okay. It's not all reversions. It's all going to take all the entries at the same place. Plus, I want to test something else. Actually, looking forward to testing something this weekend. Yeah, looks good. Hey, welcome. Welcome. Yeah, what I'm going to put in it this weekend should change the game on the hard trending markets like that. It sucks though. I missed that oil trade. That would have been the icing on the cake today. That's all right. It's funny to see it. Pot's coming back though. Yeah. So again, that's a challenge. Other account, Swiss yen's going. Pound Aussie's starting to go. I was trying to zero that one out on a Friday. But yeah, we'll see on this. Yeah, nothing really there. What was that? Oh. Yeah, limit. There's no reason to leave that on. So we'll see what this gets to. I'm sure it'll knock out some more profits and eventually get to where it needs to be. Let me actually set this, set my auto close lower. There's no reason to have that at 250 anymore. We'll just say no. If it gets to $25 in open exposure, I'll have it just close out and reconfigure. And if that happens, it would have closed much more than $25.
5 minutes.
Yeah, so whatever there. Whatever. Do its thing. Stuff on. What happened with that NASDAQ? Got some really good positions that just need time to play out because it just repositioned it. It hit target this morning and just repositioned. So it needs time to run out and get highs and lows. So this is just normal. It's taking a second position there. Smart grid will do it. That'll capture the equity, and then you'll hear little scalps cha-ching in the middle. Every time that happens, it's $1 something. $1.29, $7, $16, $23, $15, over and over and over. And it could be more than that. I've just got it set to $1 right now. $1 plus swaps and commissions is what I'm doing. I'm just chewing up profits out of the market, little profits, and then waiting for the big hits to come. But also taking scalps while I'm waiting for the bigger trades. And that oil pisses me off. It's terrible. What do we do? Whoops, not that. Man, what a mess here. Almost wanted to go break the high, but it would be crazy if it did. What a mess that is. Man, everybody's getting roasted on this. So many people are probably jumping in this way too late. Started going up, everybody starts buying it, and then it comes right down, everybody starts selling it, and it's going to go right back up. Oh man. Sell green candles, buy red candles. That will change your trading journey. It will change everything. Your whole mindset on the entire market will change. Aussie dollar. Nothing. That's probably going to be a great short though. We'll just run through it real quick. Nothing here on the dollar. I'm assuming the dollar is going to go higher. I wanted it to go down a little bit so I could buy into it. I'm assuming we're going to end up a little higher on the dollar today. If we're coming down in equities, we'll see if that's true. Hold on. Let me give my voice a break for a little bit. I think it's getting hard to even speak at this point. But I'm not done for the week. Euro yen actually doesn't look bad. Leave it alone. Not great. This price action looks interesting. Be looking to buy the low of the day down there, somewhere lower. That may be something. If this will pull a little bit lower all the way down here, that probably going to be a long. I like that price action. EuroCAD, love it. I'm already in it. I'm already in it from right there, I think, at the same spot. Let me look and see. Oh no, I took it earlier. And probably took it from there. If I know me, I know where I took it. Yep, already in it. Got a mini lot on it. On the hash. Sitting at break even right now. We'll see. Breaks too low, I'll try it again. It's a maybe. I think this may be better from lower, but that's probably going to be a decent trade over the next day or so to retrace some of that. Wherever the low is going to be. Euro Kiwis, nothing there. Just range, really tight range consolidation, nothing to say on Euro Aussie. I wish it would go up. I think it's going to be a great long. Short term, it's nothing, but this price action is not nothing. Where this is and what it's forming structurally is very good. That looks like money on the way. Pound dollar, what else? Too flat. It's flat up on a big high. Again, waiting for the dollar to make sense. When the dollar makes more sense, this will make more sense. Stupid range expansion here. Broke the low, broke the high. It's probably going to go up and break the high again and then sell off again and do nothing in a consolidation for the rest of the day. Not messing with that one. Pound yen, probably the same, but depends on the yen. The yen doing nothing. Oh, nothing. See what else? Oh, silver. Actually, I think I'm still in silver. It shouldn't have closed. I don't think that closed out. It's just probably in a drawdown. It was. No, I still had. Where did it go? It's there. Let me look and see. Yeah, I'm still in it. It's on the way back up. Man, oh my God, what an entry on silver. Bruh. Look at the entry. Man. I mean, nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. Right below the low. Nailed it. Up we go. Yeah, so my long entry is like, I think right here from way early this morning. So it's got to go back up here, and I'm sure it will. As soon as it gets back above that, it'll be in profit and whatever, figure it out. But man, should have added to it. I remember when this was dumping at the time. I'm like, man, should have taken it. But yeah, that was it. Good game on that. Back up. Yep. Still in it. It's just got, actually it's lower than that. Below the center on that. Yeah, it's got to go back up just a little bit. Yeah, I mean, yeah, so okay, at the bottom of the range, I see it, yeah. It's a small piece. I am in it still. On the challenge account. Right up here. It's only 2 micros, but still, if that runs up a good half a daily candle, it could be $40-50 just on one trade. easily. Yeah, I'm still in it. It's just got to go a little bit. It needs a little bit more. Spread sucks on this one though, but it can be good. When it goes, it's good. What else? Man, sorry guys, I'm struggling to speak here. Oil, that was a bummer. I really wanted to be short there. Wrecked. It was just so easy. Range tool just makes these things so easy sometimes. Most of the time. Then every once in a while you get a blowout. And you manage the risk on the blowouts. Most of the time, it's like very easy to make the decisions. It's easy to make the decisions. You're not flying blind. Okay, it's still okay. Same there. A lot of stuff was just not much. Consolidation. Nothing there on pound Swiss. I think I tried to take a long on that. Just didn't go anywhere. Pound Aussie. I like pound Aussie. I am long here. I do have a good long right from the bottom of this range right here. I am long in there from this morning. It just hasn't gone anywhere yet, but there's a good possibility that it does. Got a lot of potential retracement room to retrace some of that 600 something pip drop that happened. So there's a good chance on that. Still all right. Pound Kiwi is going to be very similar structure. Same thing. It's probably going higher. It's probably going to run up and break the high on into next week. It may not happen today. Very slow, choppy mess. Gosh, what a mess. This is just brutal price action right here for the last couple days. Brutal. You just imagine, like, look at the candles. Just imagine trying to be either long or short. Didn't matter. Trying to be in here, and then you get one candle, and then back into destruction. Get a little dip, knock everybody out, back into destruction, tight, and then one move back into destruction. Just death and destruction to your account balance right there. Just over and over and over, just knocking everybody in and out and in and out and in and out. People flip it long and then flip it short, flip it long, flip it short. Just can't get anywhere. Just wasn't moving for days. You just went sideways. It's terrible. Now, the flip side of that is there's a lot of volume built in there, and that volume will be released at some point. All of that energy is stored in there. Think of it as stored energy that will be released at some point. Like physics, very similar. At some point, that will be released. It's probably going to be to the upside. So maybe we'll watch the Kiwi. We know that Aussie and Kiwi have been strong, so when they come down, that would make sense. We'll look for strength in the pound and then maybe get into that. Gill spoos. I don't know, man. Higher. I want it to go higher so I can sell it. I want this thing to blow the weekly out so I can start scaling into it short for next week. That's exactly what I want to happen. I don't want to buy it here, but I want it to run up here so I can start scaling into this short for whatever the heck is about to happen next week. And that makes much more sense to me than trying to buy this now. I'd rather wait. I hope it goes up, but I'm not going to bet on it going up. But if it does, I'm going to be there with the red hammer of truth. For Sheezy. Especially on the equity indices. The red hammer of truth has spoken. And it is waiting. Feels right. Same here. We're probably so close on this. Same thing. Go break the high. Give me another shot at it. Cool with it. Totally fine with that. Same thing here. It'll be a basket. If we can get some stupid blowout at the end of the day on a Friday, it'll be a basket, and I'll wait and we'll be talking about it on Monday or Tuesday, probably Tuesday. We'll be looking at the crazy run. This is garbage. Hey, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Same thing, CAD yen. This is interesting on CAD yen, actually. This was equal highs. It's probably going to come lower. I don't know. I wish it would go higher. Same thing. If it would go higher, I would sell it. Taking a look at where we are within our ranges. See nothing. Things happened. And welcome. Welcome. Forgot about that. Old Carlos Matos. I wonder where Carlos Matos is doing these days. The BitConnect guy. Oh man. The BitConnect dude. I wonder what he's up to. Hey, hey. Oh man. I wonder how much money he made from his celebrity status. Oil. I don't even want to look at that. That sucked. That could have been a really good trade. Even with that quarter lot on, that would have been enough to. It would have been a very different day if that would have hit. Would have easily hit target and would be looking for the next position at this point and be looking to reposition and would have already hit target if that one pending order would have hit. Because I had size on it. Had a little bit more size. Nothing big, but big enough. I had a little bit more than normal on it, and I was ready to hit it, and it just didn't go. Terrible. What else? Silver. I kind of missed the boat on that one. I'm already long on it. I do think that's going to end up higher. It was a better short yesterday than a long today. That was the good entry right there that missed. Just didn't take it. Same thing on gold. Tried to go long here. It's in profit. I'm still in that gold trade. Took it long on this pullback right there this morning. Somewhere right in there, if I remember correctly. It was somewhere right in this little cluster. We went long. It may have been when it pulled back. That was probably what I would have done when this candle went for. I remember. I mean, I could look and see, but I remember going long there and ran up, then wreckage. Now back up. Still in that. Should be. 1927 long. Yeah, 1927.31 long. Still from this morning. It's only 2 micros, but it's something. It's going into profit now. If this happens to run up a little bit, whoops. It was a group trade this morning and dumped. It ran into profit immediately with zero drawdown, rejected right off the top of the range, and then down to break the low on the open. We got that volatility on the open. Actually, after the open, but started right around when that news hit on into the open. Broke the low, slammed back up. Pretty funny. Typical. The fact that that did that and rejected back up makes me think it's going to go higher. Somebody wanted liquidity to go higher. Epic short yesterday. That was even better. But that when that ran down, it hit target. So I never stayed in it long enough to hit the full target, which did hit. And that was a heck of a run right there. But I hit my percentage target. Took $30 out of gold. That's crazy. The original target hit. Between those two spike lows. Lower than that one, but higher than that one. That's exactly what happens. Secrets. Gold. Probably going higher, but not going to buy it. Not buying it now. Anyway, got a whack market here. Weird today, very slow overall, mostly flat. Man, that was a thing right there on Euro Pound. Good bounce. Yeah, so we're going to stick with it. Still got some possibilities. EuroCAD's looking a little better. Decent opportunity there for that to roll back a little bit. Just a little bit. Take some of it back. Yeah, I'm still going to be here. Got stuff to do. I'm trying to finish up this copy trader. There's something I need to change on it for the remote copy trade. There's one thing that needs to be changed on it. And as soon as I can get that done this weekend, I'm going to be probably working exclusively on the bot. There's a couple of risk manager things I need to do. Got a bunch of stuff going on, actually. A bunch of crap all happening at the same time. It's all part of the same project. But eventually it's all coming together. I'm building it in pieces. And then eventually all of the pieces are going to get put into one thing. And it's going to be ridiculous. I have a lot to offer. Already have a lot to offer. But it's going to be way, way more than that. It's going to be impossible to let that go. Euro yen looks great, actually. This looks really good here. Any kind of retest of the low going to be like, it could try it now, honestly. You know, what's the probability that this goes higher at some point than it is right now? You know, assign a probability to it that way. What's the likelihood that at some point this price is higher than this, you know, over the next whatever, over the next day? Just very likely. You could take the shot at it, put a target up here, don't worry about the stop, and then go to something else. It'll eventually take itself out in profit. And if not, it'll be covered by something else. It's one way to do it. You immediately look and go find something else. I'm already in it. The bot's already trading this. I've already got some positions on it. I'm not going to take another position on my live account because it's got to be flat by the end of the day today. So I'm going to be very careful what I take. I don't know, guys. Kind of waiting, honestly, for this equities market to go higher. It looks like it's going to happen. It's going to go. That's the only thing that I really care about at the moment, is that this runs up here so I can start scaling into this. We'll see. I'm assuming that's going to happen. Looks better, much more likely now. Let it pull back a little bit and then it may go break the high. Watch that for a minute. I'm still here. Give me a few minutes and we'll keep flipping through. Every few minutes we get a candle open, we'll keep flipping through. We're just in a dead spot for the day. It's around lunchtime, but here toward the end of the day, we'll probably get some volume. And we'll just trade out through the close, see what we can get. Maybe something crazy happens at the end of the day. It happens a lot. We're very near the end of the month. We're not quite there yet. I think we still have Monday, Tuesday to trade out the end of the month. But toward the end of the week, you tend to get pushes. I would be shocked if it was dead toward the end of the week and it didn't make some kind of run one direction or the other. Looks like it's going to continue higher at this point, but I'm not willing to buy it here. But when this happens, there's going to be a whole bunch of stuff that all lines up at the same time. It's not just one thing. The whole market will line up at the same time. We're going to position on the entire market. So stick around. We'll figure it out as we get closer toward the end of the day. About 2 p.m. here in about 2 more hours. Just before that, really. About an hour before that, things will start picking up. And hopefully we can get to some of these crazy levels. Some of the Aussie stuff will likely be good. Some of the CAD stuff will likely be good. The dollar, obviously. Gold, possibly even, but especially the equities market. And then anything inversely correlated with that. There's a whole bunch of things that'll all line up. And we'll get to pick some shots. And then wait for Monday, Tuesday to happen. Anyway, give me just a minute. Still here. Just give me a few minutes.
Hey, hey. NASDAQ. Entering position. Short.
All right, guys. All right, hold on a second. Let me figure out what alert that is. Okay, I'm assuming it's NASDAQ. Why it's not popping up on the screen, I don't know. All right, so we're there. First entry. That's what I was waiting for. Let's go. Hold on, I gotta change this profit target because if this goes, it's gonna be a bomber.
5 minutes.
All right. There it goes. Damn it. I already feel like I should have taken a bigger position. S&P, probably the same. Dow, probably the same. Take a basket, honestly, but focus on the NASDAQ right now. It's way out of line. Disproportionately high. Doesn't mean it's not going to blow out. disproportionately high. The S&P, Dow, NASDAQ basket short. Let's go. Come on. From the top. And scaling in. Going to give it room. Infinity to the downside. An infinite loop of profits. Come on, baby. Yeah. Go. Closing the long, by the way. Hedge it. I'm going to hedge the long short. I'm going to hedge that one in position. Also long Dow. I'm going to hedge that short as well. We went long Dow and NASDAQ in London down here this morning. Right here. Right there. Right there is where we went long. God, I can't. The mouse does not like to work on this thing. So I'm going to hedge that long. That was an awesome move. Killed that. Killed it all the way. That was a 1.6. That was a 197 point move. 197 points out of the NASDAQ today. Long. Hedged. What else? Gold. We killed that on gold yesterday off the high. Murdered it and finally ran down the target. Couldn't get any better than that. But still long, actually. Still long from down here lower. Just waiting. I'm going to wait on that to go. Yeah, nothing to do with it. Not sure about that one, but I want to be short, honestly. Probably should have stayed short. Nothing. Yeah, so gonna watch this crazy situation. Potential on here. Ooh. All right, so back to it. Getting a little push toward the end of the day. Every time it tries to poke higher, we're going to try it again. Eventually get this right. The first shot. And really should be waiting for that to hit. But I'm going to start scaling. I'm not going to miss this. Being greedy. That's happened a couple times. It happened on oil today. I missed a monster on oil because I was being greedy for a couple. Look at this. I mean, I had this within a couple points and missed it. The pending order didn't get hit. And if I would have just taken it instead, taken it market, I would have been, this would have been a very different day. That's a 4% move. 300 plus pips ish, whatever you want to call it. That was a 4% move out of oil that I would have had in the last 3 hours. Crazy. Ridiculous. Missed it because I had my pending order didn't get hit. If I would have just taken the stupid trade instead of said, okay, I'll wait just a little bit more. Yeah, that's the problem. Sometimes you get extremely accurate entries. Sometimes you miss a 4% move. It would have been a very different day if that oil trade would have hit. That would have been a lot on a quarter lot. That would have been a good, really good profit with an insanely accurate entry. Just it didn't go the extra 2 or 3 points I needed. It was like 2 points away. It was pretty much within the spread. Sucks, man. I'm gonna be complaining about that one for a minute because that's probably going to come down next week too. It's probably going to stay down. So anyway, scale into this monkey right here, boy. Make up for it. Let's not miss this one. Run them. Break the low. Anything higher, going to be looking to hit it again. Every level on the way up, I'm going to start scaling in. Hopefully, wish I would have taken a bigger position. It's already looking like a potential run here. But any break of the high, going to be getting right back in it. This one's going to be interesting. It's worth a shot. Worth a shot. Let's take a look at the weekly candle and the daily candle. What if this whole thing wicks all the way back down to like right here? What if the whole wick comes all the way back down, bang, and closes like that? And that's how we close the week. Big gravestone doji on the high with a huge wick on the top. That stuff happens. Even if it closes like this, get where we are. Ain't gonna run all the way up through that gap today. That ain't happening. So on the open of the next weekly candle, just very likely that it's gonna have some kind of major pullback and could be a very big pullback. Depending on how we close this, it's going to be important how we close the week today. This daily close. What is about to happen? Could it possibly run that far today? That's going to be the question right there. Is it likely that that happens today? We got a couple hours left to run another 30-40% on the weekly candle. Virtually impossible, but could happen. Not going to say it's impossible, but it is extremely unlikely. Do we break that previous high? That's a maybe. And I'm going to be there to catch it when it does. That's possible. I know I'm going to try it here first. I mean, we're in the money. I mean, absolute. Nailed it. Hopefully everybody's back. I don't know what that was about. So there we go. The power of the range tool. Go. For now. Watching it. Anything else happening? What else? Anything on the dollar? The equities market reverses. What else is going to happen? Weird, the dollar's not in a very good spot. CAD, I'm already in that. Dossie, great. Really good run there. Back long, way back in here. It's up 40 something pips, 40 pips. That's still good. For some reason, we continue higher up here. We're going to hit it again. Wait for the next level, that S&P, just in case that does make it up there. Gonna hit it again until it goes down. I hope it just completely blows out and runs as high as it can run today. Just completely blow it out, break the high. That would be great. Exactly what I want. I want it to go as high as it can possibly go today. Gap right there. Hey, welcome. Welcome. Yeah, so as high as we can possibly go. I hope it does break the high. Just scale in low risk until it catch the high. On the way down, depending on how spaced out they are, may or may not take off the lower entries. Depending on what's happening. But right now, see what we got there. Dow, same thing. Watching it. We're in the money. You know, we're in it now. NASDAQ is likely going to be the outperformer on the way down. So, see what we get here. How far out is this going to go? So, should be an interesting afternoon here. We still got hours. The first entry. Second entry is going to be there. If for some reason that gets hit, try it again. Oh man, this year, that could absolutely happen. Yeah, I mean, it's higher time frames. You know, it's hard to say at this point. I know that the economy's really starting to slow down. That doesn't really have much to do with like the used car market and stuff like that. The housing market, all that stuff is grinding to a halt, and nobody's really paying attention to that stuff. I mean, I know people like you are, Jeff. I know you're the fundamental monster there, but yeah, you know, a lot of people are not paying attention to that stuff in the market, but there is a disconnect between the equities market and the economy. So, you know, look what happened in COVID. Everybody got wrecked and lost their jobs and got handouts, and the stock market went to the moon. So there's a fundamental disconnect there, that there's a false reality that the stock market is somehow related to the economy. It's not. It's speculative investing, and the thing is what happens there? Are people taking profits or what? I mean, there's a possibility, you know, that we do see some crazy numbers like that and break the low again. Absolutely could. We've kind of stalled out temporarily and gone into these kind of equal lows down here. I don't know, to be honest. Looking at the chart, I'm like, man, I don't know what I would do with that. It's a bad spot to try to make a long-term decision, but I could see it. I could see that happening for sure. I wouldn't count anything out, put it that way. Probably wouldn't make a long-term decision from here. I wouldn't buy it. It's not a long from here. It was, but not now. A couple weeks, a month ago, getting in down here, that made sense. But man, we may be coming to a point here where, yeah, there's a possibility of it breaking the low and making a potentially lower high. And everybody keeps talking about this trend line. This trend line doesn't exist. It's not there anymore. But yeah, I mean, I could see a scenario where both happen, where it reaches up, breaks the high, and then gets absolutely destroyed. And I don't know. I could see a scenario where we range as well, where we end up in some kind of a range. Now, if it's going to go lower first or not, that is the question. But, what if it did, pull back a little bit and run up here and end up in some kind of a long-term consolidation sideways or something? That's a possibility. I could very easily see a scenario where it could make a lower high as well. I think it's going to pull back next week and then eventually run a little bit higher. But then there is a possibility that it goes again. Like, what if it does? What if it just goes again to the downside, runs up a little bit, makes a lower high, and breaks the low? That wouldn't be ridiculous. So it's kind of a weird thing here. Where we are right now, it's probably not a good time to make a long-term decision, in my opinion. Looking for the next couple days, though. I think we're due for a pullback for the next few days after this ridiculousness. See if we break that high first. Yeah, tough one. Tough call on that. I probably would only be short here. Personally, within a couple days context, a day trade, swing trade context. But longer term, that's a tough call. Yeah. Right. Credit cards are, yeah, exactly. And, here's another, the average car payment is over $800 for the first time. So think about this for a second. The average car payment in the United States is $800 per month. And CarMax has been, the CarMax is the largest used car dealer in the country. And they have had like an 80% decrease in car sales. So basically all of the demand is drying up. And again, the housing market is a whole nother thing too. But all the demand has been drying up for used cars, and all these people are sitting on these really crazy car payments, car loans, and there's layoffs starting. Tens of thousands of people are being laid off, all the time. It seems like every week you're hearing about it. So people are, we're in for a rough ride here. The question is what happens with stocks, corporate valuations. Do corporate valuations change? And that's kind of the question. Is speculative investing going to control that, or is there eventually, are those chickens going to come home to roost? It's a tough question. It's almost an impossible thing to answer. But looking at what happened in COVID, chair fell. Hold on. Chair got wrecked. But yeah, that's a tough call. But yeah, the used car market for sure. We're going to have a credit crisis this time. Last time it was the housing market. It's likely going to be a credit crisis this time. And whatever, credit and loans, but the same thing. Like, and just instead of mortgages, there could be a serious problem with the car payments, with auto loans. There's an auto loan default nightmare waiting to happen. Come on, NASDAQ. So that's another thing. Yeah, we're in we got these crazy situations here. There's a lot of them. But yeah, definitely credit and auto loans right now, I think, is the biggest scare that's happening. CarMax freaked out because some big YouTuber posted a video that proved that their sales are down like 80%, and they asked him to take it down and all this stuff. Like there's something going on. The average car payment is now over $800 a month in the United States for the first time in history. And all the demand is drying up. Nobody's buying used cars anymore. It's the same crap with it's the same thing with mortgages in the housing market. It's the same thing, but it's happening in the car market right now, in auto loans. And all these derivative products of auto loans are all packaged together. It's the same thing they did with mortgages. And it's all going to come crashing down. People aren't going to be able to pay their car payments, and they're all going to get repoed. Repos are at record numbers right now. It's just happening. Like it is happening. You know, and people are losing their jobs. And as people continue to get laid off, that's going to get worse and worse and worse. And the problem's going to accelerate. And all of a sudden, you're going to have a whole bunch of people that are going to be defaulting, you know. And everything's already jacked. You know, everybody already put everything on credit cards during COVID and this whole time. You know, it's been a problem. There's so many problems. There's so many problems. You know, so, you know, what happens with all of that? You know, it's an unanswerable question. How long is it going to take? There's always a delay. There's always a delay. How long is it going to take is the question. Right. Yep. Yeah, that's something that we've been looking at lately is the used car market. And that is the harbinger at this point. That's kind of the early warning sign right now is the used car market is actually crazy. What's going on there? We have record defaults, and the average payment is the highest in history. So that reminds me of 2008. Reminds me of the GFC with mortgage rates, or just mortgages, loans. They got the same crap. All those auto loans are packaged up in derivatives and spread out all over the place. You know, maybe they fixed the rating agency this time, but you know, I don't know. We still got a mess here, but yeah, it's going to be a credit crunch this time. Instead of the housing market, it's going to be credit and auto loans. It's going to tear the whole thing down. It's crazy, actually. The auto loans are a serious problem, actually. Been in the news a little more lately, but it's not new. Like it's been going on for a while. Yeah, car in a strain is more loan payments sort of $1,000. Yeah. Now, you know, everybody, it's all going to get repoed. They're just going to let everything get repoed and stop making their payments. And then those companies are going to be left on the hook. And then everybody's credit's going to be crap. And then they're not going to be able to get mortgages because their credit's going to go down. Like think about the landslide that's coming here. Yeah, 1/5 of new car loans are 84 months or longer. Yeah, whatever. I get it, but it's a problem here. There's a very serious problem here. The CarMax data is a very big story that nobody's talking about. It's the largest used car dealership, and their sales are down more than 80%. 80% fewer people are buying cars. 80% is what they're saying. That's incredible. You know, cars are one of those things that people need. Where is this? Not in the news. There's this guy posted a video on it. He's a guy that goes to auctions and buys cars. That's what his business is. He goes to all the CarMax auctions and buys cars and fixes them up and resells them. And he's like a big dude that does it on YouTube. He has like a whole bunch of followers. He like does it high volume. And he's like, look guys, we got a problem here. He's like, I'm telling you, there's something wrong. He's like, I'm going to these auctions and nobody's buying these cars. They're sitting there. Nobody's buying them. And, you know, he's like, we got a big issue here. And he was explaining it. And it's the largest used car manufacturer, sales place, basically used car dealer in the United States. They're everywhere here for people who aren't in the US. There's like one on every block, basically. Every town has a CarMax. But yeah, they were talking about 80% down. Whatever they're talking in the news, he's like, no, it's 80% lower. So that tells you what's going on right there. Try to find the video. It's a really good video, actually. The guy who does it for a living, he goes to auctions. And CarMax actually sent him a cease and desist or something and asked him to take the video down. And that tells you, even that speaks volumes right there, that they asked him to take the video down explaining the math. That speaks volumes of what's going on. They don't want people to know. They do not want people to know what's going on. And there's a serious like crisis coming in the car market. Auto loans. People are defaulting at record rates, record repos. Nobody's buying cars. There's a big problem here. The average payment is at a record high. So, this is going to be part of it. This is just another interesting aspect of it. And of course it's all connected. Like it leads into mortgages and, all that. More car payments are hitting over $1,000 a month. And then when the layoffs come, and they're coming, they're already starting. So it's already starting. Then everybody's credit's going to go down the toilet. And then when everybody's credit goes down the toilet, they won't be able to get finance for other things like mortgages. Anything else really. Then there's going to be a wave of bankruptcies and auto loan defaults and everything, mortgage defaults. It's going to carry over to everything. Everybody's overextended and more layoffs have to happen in order for inflation to come down. All these companies are laying off. Google just announced, I think it was 12,000 layoffs just last week. It's coming, man. We're not there yet. 2023 is probably going to be a rough year. Right. Yeah. I think that was really one of the interesting stories here is look at me and my girl were talking about this, about she's got this, the stuff from her company that she works for. And they, offer investment products and stuff for employees and 401ks. And she's like, we're talking about the, how like a 1 year and a 2 year pays more than a 5 and a 10 year. And she's not understanding. She's like, why would I want to do a 10 year? I'm like, exactly. That's exactly it. You don't, not right now. It's crazy right now that, we've got that crazy of an inversion. Why would you lock your money up for 10 years? You can just lock it up for 1 year or 2 years and get the same or more interest. It's really crazy, actually, that's a thing. So, I don't know how long that's going to last. That's the Fed's going to determine that, but eventually they'll start cutting rates, but I don't think we're there yet. I think some more people are going to have to lose their jobs. That's just an unfortunate dark side of inflation. Is in order for inflation to come down, in theory, many people have to be laid off. There have to be fewer workers in the economy in order for inflation to come down. It's a crazy thing. It's a hard balance. You have to balance the number of people employed versus their wages versus the price of goods and services. And it's, I wouldn't want that job. It's a tough tightrope to walk. So how do you do it? We're in trouble. Like we got a big problem here, and it's not just the United States either. It's everywhere. Boy, come on, NASDAQ. Talk about murder weapon right there. Let's go. So yeah, crazy situation we have going on in the world. I'm not an economist, but try to stay up with it enough to understand what I'm need to be planning for. I don't really care as much about the long term of trading, but it is a good thing to understand. And just to help you in life more than anything. Help you make educated decisions. Come on, NASDAQ. Let's go down. Looking better here. Ever do. Come on, pound Aussie. There we go, baby. Well, let's roll. Better. Nailed that on the NAS. S&P, same. Went off the hash again. NASDAQ was giving it away. So I was kind of waiting for. And if for some reason it runs a little higher, it's going to be sitting there, be there with bells on. Waiting. We can get some wreckage at the end of the day. If this is going to screw around for a little bit and pump one more time, sometimes that'll happen. It was a good shot at it, though. It was a good attempt. And going to be scaling in anyway. Took a little smaller piece. If it runs up, I'll take a little bit more. Runs up, I'm going to take a little bit more. I've got plenty of room on this. I'm ready for this trade. And what it may look like Monday or Tuesday. Net market opens Monday, Tuesday, and this thing is down a lot. That's what I'm... Just the pullback within the weekly time frame. There's likely to be a big pullback on the weekly candle if we close up here like this, or a wick back down on the top of the weekly candle. Either way, there's likely to be a pullback. This is a great opportunity. So I'm willing to give it a shot, and it's going to have to go way higher, and it ain't happening between now and 3 hours from now. So the question is, where's the high going to be? And then we'll try to see what we're going to have Monday or Tuesday. We'll see. Got a good first attempt. See if that was it. Might have been it. It might be very close. When this is all said and done and the right side of the chart gets printed, we'll look back at this and say, okay, we were pretty close. Generally how it tends to go. Try to get it close. Anyway, still here, watching. Kind of taking a break for a minute. Tens and twos, 40-year low. Wow. Oh man. Oh, so it's inverted more than it has been in the last 40 years. Wow. Yeah, you know what they say about the tens and twos and what follows. Every single time. Get a deep recession. Yeah, so yeah, it's all good. Yeah, come on, Nas. Anyway, let's watch this. I think we're good here. I think we got us something on here that makes sense. Something that is relatively safe with low risk. Already doing pretty well. Green. Looking better. And I'm still here. We're going to watch this. I'm watching. I was watching on my phone, just kind of taking a break for a second. My poor dog, man. My dog is not having a good day. I don't know. He's like hurt his neck somehow. We're trying to figure out what to do with it. This happened a couple months ago. He's like, I don't know. It's something that's happened when he's sleeping. I don't know if it's from laying on his back or what, but he like can't turn his head to the right. When he goes to turn it, he can't. Like he's clearly in pain. And we gave him some pain medication we had from last time. And, he's just sitting down there checking him out, making sure he's all right. Hey, welcome. Welcome. I don't know what happened to him, man. Poor little dude. He's a little guy, a little 9-pound Yorkie, but he's a tough guy. He's a tough little dude, but yeah, he's not having a good time here. I was trying to, yeah, he had some, I think it was like some tramadol or something they gave him last time for pain. And something's going on. Like, I don't know if he's like pinched a nerve or something's going on with his neck, and he can't turn his head to the right, and he just looks all sad, like he's clearly hurting. And I was just down there sitting with him. It happened before. This has happened, I think, 2 other times. A couple months ago was the last time. And it takes a couple days and then he's okay, but he's definitely like hurting. Like he was not even willing to go down like 1 step, like to go outside. And normally he's flying off of everything, jumping off. He's a wild man. But yeah, no, I feel bad, man. Like, gosh, little dude's having a rough time. It's my little buddy. I don't want to see him hurting, so we're trying to figure out whether or not we should take him or not. but it's the same thing. It's the exact same thing. There's nothing that they can do about it. So I'm going to watch him and see if if it gets any worse. I don't know what it is, like what he's doing. It happens at night in bed every time. I'll wake up and he's like hurting. And I don't understand what it is. I'm assuming that it's like a pinched nerve or potentially like a disc or something. I know that can happen with dogs. And this has happened a couple times in the past. And then after a couple days, he's fine. He's perfect. I mean, he is like a rough and tumble dude. Like, you know, he likes to roughhouse and jump around, and he's crazy, man. But, you know, he's fine after a couple days, and he's just completely back to normal. But it's like, gosh, it's like heartbreaking to watch him, you know, while it's, you know, when it just happened. And I woke up this morning late or early in the middle of the night. One reason I was up early this morning is he was just shaking, and you could feel him shaking. I was like, oh no, what's wrong? I didn't know if he was cold or something. I was like, the heck is going on? Turned the lights on, and yep, he can't turn his head to the right again. I'm like, oh my gosh, here we go with this again. I feel bad. So I just give him some medicine and just kind of hanging out with him down there. He's okay. It's not, I don't know. He's okay, but he's clearly like in pain. So I just gave him his medicine again. It was time for him to have it. I don't know, man. I don't know if I should take him in or not. We were just talking about that because probably can't do it on Saturday, but there's nothing they can do about it. You know, it's probably a pinched nerve or something. I don't know why it keeps happening. Yeah, poor little dude, man. He can't say what's wrong, and he's so tough. Like he just like shivers and shakes, and like you can tell, like looks at you like, you know, please help. But there's not, you know he's in pain. He's just trying to be tough. Yeah, poor little dude. So I've been dealing with that today too. Yeah, anyway, he'll be okay, but yeah, that sucks. It's my little homie. But yeah, I was checking on him a minute ago, watching from my phone. Anyway, gosh, yeah, that sucks, man. Yeah, he's a tough guy. Yeah, my girl's dog's getting a little older. He's still running around and playing and stuff. He's like 11, I think. So he's kind of getting up there, but he's still running around and jumping around and stuff. But you can tell he's definitely getting older. But my he's 5, so he's in the prime of his life right now. But yeah, he's having a rough day, man. I feel bad for him. I can't stand to see him in pain. Like it's like heartbreaking to watch. There's nothing you can do about it but give him, some pain medication. It definitely helps. But anyway, just off topic. I was down there sitting with him, watching from my phone for a minute, to rest my voice, lose my voice just every day. It's just part of it. But yeah, anyway, still here. Him right there. Oh. But yeah, I'm still watching, waiting for something to happen here. Waiting to see where the high of the day is going to be. Is either right there or very close, and that's why I'm taking it low risk first. I know it's a very good entry. When this is all said and done, this is still going to be a good entry. And going to try to stalk into the high. If for some reason it does go higher, I'm going to try it again. I know where we are, and I know I'm not going long. And if for some reason it breaks that high, try it again when the alert goes off. And every time it makes a higher high, I'm going to keep getting into it until I got it. And then as price falls back down, make the decision of whether or not to close the lower entries and leave the best entry on the top. And that's how you do it. We'll see. I'm watching it. I'm trying to wait and see what's going, if this is going to go again. I know there's still a potential to go higher on some of these others. Actually surprised the S&P didn't run more. I think watching the NASDAQ, because it's there, it's the first one to get to its high. I'm trying to figure out what we're going to do here. We're running out of time. But this next hour the hour after this one tends to be one of those high volume times, especially toward the end of the week. I don't know. Maybe we'll get something here. I don't know if it's going to try to blow out more or if it's just going to die. Watching it to find out. Got a good first attempt, and I'm going to stick it out. Not going anywhere. I'm watching from my phone. Just going to be waiting every time this cracks the high. We'll try it again. So whenever we get candle closes, we'll try to figure out what's going on. And eventually, when this thing puts in a high, there may be some other things that line up too. I was watching the dollar stuff. It's just not really in a good spot. A lot of times, a lot of dollar pairs and yen pairs will line up at the same time that the equities market lines up. Just weird here. I think the Aussie's going to get wrecked next week. It's going to be probably a significant pullback in the Australian dollar as a currency. Man, that Aussie CAD was a monster. It's still going. That's going to go for a while, probably. Man, that was a really good entry yesterday. I took it. It was small. Anyway, watching the NASDAQ. I'm going to watch the S&P at the same time to try to time this and figure out which one's going to get where at what point. The S&P looks like it could potentially have more to go, but maybe not necessarily. So we're going to have to watch this. Anyway, I'm still here. Give me a few minutes and I'll be in and out here. I am watching. So if for some reason this pops the high and hits the alert, we'll probably take another look at it here. But if it dumps, then we'll come back and take a look at it. Either way, you're going to get it figured out. Basically just trying to stalk a good entry at the end of the week. I can hold over the weekend, and on something like this, I'm absolutely willing to hold over the weekend because I'm taking lower risk, but I'm going to start scaling progressively to a little bit more risk every attempt. And eventually this is going to be a great trade. We'll be talking about this one next week, I'm sure. It's very likely going to pull back significantly at some point, wherever the high of the day is. I'm anticipating where the high of the day may be until it happens, pretty much. But anyway, give me a few minutes. We'll be back.
Open exposure profit target reached. NASDAQ. Entering position. Short. NASDAQ. Entering position. Short.
Hey, hey.
I guess. So, yeah, we'll take a look at everything. I was planning on taking a look at everything once the market starts to slow down. It's pretty much done here. Let's just see what happened post-market here. Well, that ended up okay. Got a little sketchy for a couple hours, but finally probably got it. This is probably going to go. It's worth a shot, at least. I'll give that a shot. But yeah, as far as the Dow, probably going to be the same. Got that actually went more. Man, kind of wish I was in that one too. I do have that one, but it's much smaller position. Oops, on the Dow. Echo. What Echo? 1 second. What about now? I don't hear an echo. Testes 1, 2, 3. They should be good. Unless you're on both streams, maybe. I don't know. Does everybody hear an echo? Nothing changed. All I did was unmute, so I don't know. Maybe. No idea. Yeah, I don't know. Nothing changed it. Unmuted it. I don't know. Test 1, 2. Nobody hears me. Okay. I was gonna say. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say I don't know what changed, but if there is, let me know those kinds of things. Yeah, so the Dow, I do have a short on there. I kind of wish I would have taken a bigger shot at this one too. This one tends to outperform. This just made sense. Perfect. We talked about this earlier in the stream. I should probably make a video about this. As we talked about this earlier in the day about targeting this area and why we would target that area. And bang, there we go. So hopefully off to the races here to the downside. It's probably going to pull back a little bit and go into some kind of a range and hopefully continue lower. I'd at least like to see it cut that low right there, maybe back into something like that. It'll probably range like this, and when it opens, we may get another down day, hopefully. It may pull back up and just fail and may not make it all the way back up. And the idea is that we may get a day or two to the downside. So anyway, that could be good. The dollar, again, just very close eye on this dollar. It's just not, didn't really get a whole lot. We've been in this consolidation, but it is low. It's very low. It's just weird, just range contraction. The higher lows and lower highs just almost coming into a point down to nothing. But eventually it's going to go. So kind of waiting on that. Been waiting on this dollar to move. This is going to be a big question mark next week. Is the dollar going to just go, or is it going to pull one of these screwy moves where it does something like that, and dips everybody out first and then runs? Eventually this is going to go. It's going to pick up eventually, especially with if there's some downside in the equities market, which is going to be a big factor. If we do get a pullback for the first couple days at least, it would be normal to see a stronger dollar, probably see a stronger yen too. So something like pound yen could be coming down. Anything that was high against the yen, Aussie yen especially. Aussie yen may be a special case. Aussie dollar. These are very, very high on higher highs in structure. And if we're going to get some downside in the equities market, there's a likely chance that this comes down quite a bit. Aussie dollar is another one of those you're going to want to watch because the Australian dollar has been very strong for a very long time and it's way up on a high still. And if that dynamic shifts there between the equities market and the safe haven currencies, this is going to be one to watch. Aussie CAD's another one of those. But especially Aussie dollar and Aussie yen, we'll pay attention to those. And Kiwi too. New Zealand dollar possibly, because it tends to run with the Aussie pretty much. So, those are some things we're going to be looking at for sure. I had a lot of things were kind of just consolidation all week. Like, it really wasn't too much to say this week. A lot of this was. Didn't really get any really too wild moves. Overall, like on the macro, we pretty much stayed inside of ranges, and there were some things that didn't really do much at all. Like this Euro Kiwi, it ended up lower, but the price action was just very choppy and rangy, and then with little short bursts of activity, but mostly rangy. And we had a lot of that this week. Notice that, especially on the dollar pairs, and this kind of stuff just didn't really go anywhere. This is this is one of the main things I'm watching right now. Euro Aussie, this price action is there. It's ready. This thing's ready to move. Been trying to get into this one since a couple days ago. Every time it breaks the low, especially today, we got back in it today. This is looking good. Just price action wise, we are down and buried in. This thing is squeezing down into here. Thing's ready to make a move to the upside. Looks good. Whatever this is going to do, every time this makes a low, going to try it again. And every time this looks like it's going to go, I'm going to try it again. This just makes sense. I feel like there's an easy trade coming here next week. So we don't want to miss this. There's an easy trade coming here. We'll try to catch it. We're going to catch it. We're going to catch it one way or the other. It's going to be one of those that's likely to run significantly. Euro Aussie. Just zoom out and look at this thing, man. There's a lot of potential room. We're way down on this range low down here. We're in the bottom of this range, and it is squeezed down, and eventually this will come off of this low. Whatever this is going to do, it will come off of this low and make some move like this, and that's going to be a really good move. It could be much larger than that. Over time, it could be, what I mean? We could have, once it starts to go, we could have an upside bias on this thing, probably to this swing high right there. When this thing does start to move, it'll probably go up there back to the top of the range and break that high right there. That's typically the kind of thing that will happen. So we're definitely watching this. This is really juicy right here. This is the hamburgerjuice.com is what this is. Yeah, this is good stuff. This is going to be bread and butter kind of stuff structure wise. Very good trade coming. Pound Aussie may be the same. And again, it's going to be an Aussie based move. The structure's there, same thing. These structural moves we talk about all the time in the group. Here we got this thing, and burp, burp, burp. Just makes sense. Pound Aussie is going to be one of those two. We'll look for a stronger pound. When we have a stronger pound, we'll shift our bias to the upside on Pound Aussie because of that. Because of the potential weakness in the Australian dollar, which is one of the main things we're talking about. Makes a lot of sense. Pound Kiwi. This one's a weird one. This has just been crazy for a long time now. We're talking about going back to November. We've basically been in this choppy mess. This is really weird, but same kind of thing here. The New Zealand dollar, I don't know, man. Normally it runs with the Aussie, so if it starts getting weaker, this could be a thing. Well, we want to watch this one too. Because of where it is, it's burying down into a low. It's kind of getting that little swoopy kind of working on it. Eventually you'll get something like that. You'll get one big trending day, that runs up. Eventually it's going to happen. And the question is from where. So it's another one to pay attention to. There's so many things that could be happening here. Hopefully we'll just get a couple days pullback in equities. I do think it's going to end up higher. The thing is, from here, is it likely to pull back a little bit from here? Probably. That's what we're betting on today. NASDAQ's in a little bit better spot. It actually broke the high, which is exactly what we wanted. We wanted to go as high as it could go so we could get better positioning. There's a very real possibility of a very large move here next week. We could have a whole down week next week. We'll take a quick spin through the weekly candles in a minute. We could have a whole week to the downside. That would be relatively normal. I mean, there's nothing says that this needs to just continue to the moon. Like after breaking every swing high there is, after this big of a move in that short, we're talking about 14% in a month, 15% in 23 days. Straight up. Right from the low, right to a potential range high. There's nothing says that has to keep going. There's also nothing says it has to come down, but I know where my bias would lie from here relative to where we are right now. I know where my bias would lie. Oh, we'll trade it as such. So I'm going to try to catch this thing every time until it comes down for a couple days at least. Dow, same. Very similar structure. This one kind of made more sense. This structure gave it away. And the shelf consolidation with the gap above it, everybody's going to try to run that gap and get wrecked. And that's exactly what happened. And there's a very good chance that this pulls back a little bit. You know, it may, even if it distributes a little bit, it may retest the high, do something. Maybe it will make a lower high and come down. And maybe it fails and has a big drop like that, you know, and just, there's a good chance that it's going to be lower than it is right now. And that is the point. And if not, we'll try it again. It was worth a shot. Probably going to hit target on this anyway before it does anything stupid. I'm sure this will end up lower. So then it is right now, at least. CAD Yen's another, you know, kind of got a range high here too. I think this is going to go much higher at some point. However, right now, we're at a range high. We've been trying to get long on this for every single time it breaks the low. And we've caught this like literally every time for months, just going back months. I mean, we were trying to catch it back here. We were trying to catch it back here. We were trying to catch it back here. Like this thing is so far down, like it's crazy. Every time this thing would make a new low, we were trying to get in it. And now we've shifted up off that low, but you could kind of call it that. And we're kind of at the range high of it. We're near the top. It wouldn't be surprising to me if this tried to pull back a little bit. That would be normal. You know, I do think it's going to end up higher. The problem is from here, what's the likely move? From the top of this range, right where price is, which is more likely? For this to just go straight up or for this to pull back? And that's going to be the thing to watch. We'll watch it and see, but, you know, there's something there. Maybe there's something there next week. This is dollar CAD. Again, waiting for the dollar. This is the same thing. Once this dollar comes up off the low, this is going to have a significant move back up. I mean, this thing is just squeezed down into nothing. It's just squeezed down into nothing. No, not that trend lines matter, but the price action that this represents is just, it does not want to go lower. It is just squeezed in, and eventually there's going to be a short squeeze here. Everybody's going to be short down here in this whole consolidation. And there's going to be a point where it doesn't want to go down anymore. And as soon as it comes up, everybody's going to get out and it's going to go up even faster. So this is one of those that, you know, will probably end up here at some point. Now, when is the question? At least, you know, there's going to be a point where this comes back up. And it'll be when there's some relief on the dollar. This price action already looks good. Been trying to catch this one every time. This is one to probably watch on the open of next week. The price action's there. We broke the swing low, working on that one. I mean, the price action's there to at least give it an attempt. It looks great, honestly. This is the kind of thing that I love, this kind of thing. When something's way down on a low and it just does not want to go any lower. You know, it's just one of those things where you have that disproportionate risk versus reward. You have much more reward to the upside than the potential risk in theory from this point. Now, anything can happen, but in theory, we're already down. So there's much more room to run up. There's very likely, and think about it this way, there's very likely many more people willing to buy this here than sell this here. And it's the here part that matters. From here, there's many more people willing to probably buy this than sell it, given how far down this already is. You know, so that's something to consider. I would absolutely watch that. Yeah, right, exactly. Something like that. You know, once this thing starts to run through that opening range, like it may go. Right. And you know, that's a possibility. That would be a good way to play that. That would be a good way to play that. Yeah, if this thing starts to run, or either that or breaks the low again and runs down to like a hash mark or something like that, something in any potential entry or some evidence that it's looking to go, this is going to be a possibility. And again, it's one of those CAD pairs and it's a dollar. The whole market is at a weird spot. The CAD's been running hard forever. The dollar's been running hard forever. The Aussie's been running hard forever. The equities market's been running hard for weeks. Like, there's a whole bunch of things that there's a lot of really good trades coming. This is going to be like lit coming up. It's going to be a really good series of trades coming. You know, I'm just trying to figure out how much consolidation we're going to have to go through. Like, the dollar's been in a consolidation for a while. Like, it's been a minute. You know, we've been accumulating down here on the low. Eventually that's going to give up. It's going to go. You know, there's a bunch of stuff like that. Dollar CAD is another one of those that eventually this is going to make a fair retracement, and we'll have a multi-day move back up, if not multi-week move back up on something like that. Oil made a weird move. You know, this was a thing that got me today, man. What a bummer. I had this within 2 points. Absolutely crushing. I had a quarter lot pending order literally right there, and it didn't fill. It was like 2 points away and did not fill. You had to go down to like a 1 minute chart to see the gap between where my pending order was and where the price went to. It just didn't fill it. I could not believe it. And then it did a 4% move to the downside. Instantly. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. Like, this would have been a very different day if I would have caught that trade this morning. That was a bummer, man. Had it. I mean, right off the hash. I had a pending order on the hash mark, and it did not fill it. I was like, man, you gotta be kidding me. Like, how does that happen? Like, how do you miss it by that much? And then it does a 4% move to the downside. Good Lord have mercy. It would have just been a very different day today if I would have caught that trade. But same thing. I mean, it made sense. It was a big range high, but now it's back to the bottom, and this kind of thing looks like this is going to break the low. This kind of crap will do this, and then it'll flush out one more time and then be on its way back up. It'll probably come down, flush out, and break that low right there. And when it does, I'm sure it'll be the low of a day. If it flushes again Monday, we'll try to catch the low of the day Monday down here as soon as it breaks that swing low, and probably move back up at least a little bit. Don't want to start, and you don't want to enter it short there necessarily, even though it probably is going to flush out one more time. This kind of price action will generally, it's this. What's happening right here is this. It's already made the drop, and it's going into that stop hunt dance where you get that held consolidation. Everybody loads up long and puts their stops just underneath it. Same thing. Everybody's buying the dip. They put their stops just underneath this right here. And smart money will use that as liquidity. They got to tap into that sell side liquidity when everybody gets stopped out on their longs to feed the long bags to go up. So it's the same thing. This is the exact same thing here. It's very simple. I mean, it's the same type of move. It's the stop hunt dance. It's something we talk about a lot on the group side, but exactly how that works and why. So people paying attention here, it's a very important piece of information. Gold, what is the silver? This actually was okay today. I tried to go long gold and silver this morning. It ran up and dipped way down, went right off the low to the pip, boing, back up, ended up back in profit somehow. Oh no, wait, no, maybe not. Gold did. This one's probably close. It came back close. I think my long was in here this morning, so it's all right. It's not bad. But gold was the one that did end up back in profit. So anyway, moving on to gold, or well, let's say take a look at silver real quick. Where are we here? What are we looking at? It's a mess. You know, this kind of crap, like this has been going on for a while. You know, just boingy, 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 right back in this range. And it's closer to the low end. This kind of thing makes me think it's going to break the low at least one more time. It's not a good place to sell it from. We'd be watching somewhere like this. This is something we'll mark this up and watch it on Monday. If we run up and make a high here, maybe try to sell wherever. If there's something here on Monday, maybe we'll try to take a rejection there to go break the low. And then when it breaks the low, maybe we'll try to take it back the other way. It's just range trading this thing at this point. That being said, it is very high on the macro. It's up there quite a bit. It's weird because this looked like it was going to pull back for a while and it just went into a range. It's just locked in. So not much to say there. Gold. You know, it's kind of the same. It's the same general structure. I mean, this thing's been up, 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 up. Higher high, higher high, higher high, times infinity. One of these times it's going to make a lower high. And this shelf that I see, this lower level consolidation coming off of a spike high, kind of gives me a reason to want to be short here. I want to be short gold. Should have held the one I had. I probably had the top within a few points and let it go. But because I hit target, that's okay too. But what a great trade. And, you know, hit target pretty quickly on that one. That was yesterday. But the reality is this held this range high consolidation. And that makes me think that maybe we're going to see some downside here. If for some reason this popped up, I would be looking to sell a lower high. Wherever it's going to be, either sell the lower, you try it on a lower high first, and then you try it on a higher high again. Every time. Because eventually it's not going to look so hot. You know, every time this makes a higher high, one of these times it's going to do this, and it's not going to come back for a minute. And, you know, we don't know when that is, but that's what risk management is, right? That's why we manage our risk and we play the probability of what is likely to happen. Nobody knows what's going to happen, but you can have a pretty good inference based on, you know, just probability and where we are. Where are we relative to what's already happened? You can infer a probability. Nobody knows for sure except the people moving the market. Somebody knows for sure, but it's not us. So, you know, that's kind of where we are. Crypto, we'll watch this over the weekend. It tends to be very boring on the weekend. It just doesn't move anymore on the weekend. It trades with the equities market. And the second the equities market shuts down, Bitcoin shuts down. The volume goes away. I would like this to run up a little bit into the 24 so I could try to sell it one more time. I'm not going to buy it here, and I'm not going to sell it here in the middle of a range. When it makes higher highs, I'll try it, but I think we're going to end up a little higher on this. It would be a shame if we didn't. Before it pulls back, I mean, I think we're going to end up much higher than this at some point. I also think we're going to end up much lower than this at some point. I know that's not a popular thing to say. It's never been a popular thing to say, but it's always been true. Always. So take that for what you will. I mean, we've got kind of an equal high up here. And above that, there's really not much but a gap. And, is this going to run straight to 30? I doubt it. The likely scenarios we come up here, so possibly even break it and then slam back down a little bit and have some kind of a pullback. It could even make a higher low and then run. That's more possible depending on where we are in the cycle. We don't know what's going to happen. And the reality is okay. So here's the bear case. If I can draw a straight line, here's the bear case for Bitcoin. What if this is just a range consolidation that's just stepping down? We're almost back to the top of it. And what if this slams back down, fails on the way back up, and then breaks the low and puts in the capitulation low before the halving? Back to 10-ish or lower, scare the crap out of everybody to about 7 or 8, and then run to 100 when the halving starts. That's the kind of thing that Bitcoin does. Every single time. Every time in the cycle. This is the kind of thing that happens. So we're not going to plan for anything different. We're not going to be surprised if that happens. Right? I think there's enough volume at 10,000 that people aren't going to want to let go of that. I think that's the number where people will just, they would rather hold it to 0. So it's unlikely that there's going to be a lot of selling down there. Now it may be pushed down artificially to generate liquidity right before the halving. We got the halving coming in 2024. This is going to be a rough year for crypto, probably. Unfortunately. I hate it. I don't like it either. But it's probably going to be one of those dark years for crypto. Coming out of the FTX thing, and also it's really just about the market cycle. There's always some FTX thing that happens every time. It used to be China bans Bitcoin, or whatever. Some exchange goes down. But nobody believes the China banning Bitcoin story anymore. The new boogeyman is the SEC and the CBDC. That's the new boogeyman. Really, the CBDC. The Federal Reserve is the new boogeyman to Bitcoin. The central banks of the world are actively out to get Bitcoin. It's not even a secret. They're very open about it. They openly call Bitcoin an enemy to the global financial system. It's a threat, is what they said. And that's a direct quote from, I believe it was, I forget which guy it was, which central bank it was. It might have been the European Central Bank or the Spanish Central Bank. There was 4 central bankers sitting around. It was Fed Chair Powell, Lagarde, and I think 2 others. And the other guy said Bitcoin is a threat to the global financial system. You have a global central banker saying that Bitcoin openly in a meeting says Bitcoin is a threat. THREAT, threat, is a threat to the global financial system. And by the way, here's our white paper on our central bank digital currency FedCoin. By the way, our thing good, Bitcoin bad. So that's going to be a thing in the future. It's already a thing. And that may be accelerating. That may be coming. That doesn't mean Bitcoin's not going to go on another run. It doesn't mean Bitcoin's dead. Bitcoin has technical problems. That's a whole nother story. That's not ready to happen yet, though. What I honestly believe is going to happen is we're going to get something like this, and then something like this, and then Jesus take the wheel. Once we get to 100, I think a lot of people will be out permanently, and the short interest on this thing is going to be biblical. So I think that's probably close to what's going to happen. I think it's got one more in it. I do think Bitcoin's got one more in it. And after that, all bets are off. I'll evaluate the situation as it happens. But I think it's got one more in it. And I also think that we're going to end up, it will either be here or there'll be one more gotcha, something like that. Most of the time, it'll die out into nothing. This will be like the new 6,000. It'll die out into nothing. There'll be no volume, and all of a sudden it'll spill and then be gone. That's the likely move. If history is any, guide here, that's the likely move. And we're going to make a whole bunch of money on it. So, this is going to be amazing when that happens. Like, I want it to happen. At the same time, I know it's going to hurt a lot of people. So we're going to have to be careful with our decisions moving forward with crypto. There's going to be an amazing opportunity once this thing dies one more time. And, the crazy thing would be that if it didn't, what if it didn't this time? It's unlikely. But the crazy thing would be like, if this thing just takes off and holds and then it runs up here, and then by the time it gets back up here to 40, everybody will start talking about it again. By the time it's already gone up here at 40, then you'll start to see it on the news. Bitcoin's on another run. Late. It'll be way too late. And then here comes the FOMO. It'll be up here on the high. It'll stay up here for a little bit, and then it'll come back and it'll go one more time. What if that did happen? That would be weird, but it's possible. I think it would be better for everybody if this thing would just flush one more time. It'll probably take forever. It'll probably die out and nobody will care about it anymore. It'll be, oh my God, Bitcoin sucks and it's dead. And eventually one day this thing will start to spill and it'll scare everybody probably down to 7 or 8,000. Under 10. Everybody believes it won't go under 10, and that's exactly why it will. And then you will be gone after that. That's what we want to happen on Bitcoin. That's exactly what I personally want to happen on Bitcoin. That's if history is any guide, that's the kind of crap that happens. So what we need to do here is be careful with our bias on which way we're leaning because of where we are. Just my opinion. That's the kind of stuff that happens. I've been through a couple of these cycles by now since, late 2016, early 2017. I've been through this a couple times with Bitcoin, and it tends to be the same kind of crap. It's just amplified now. So we'll see what happens as far as the black swans are concerned. I think central bank digital currency is going to be one. Still don't know what happened with Mt. Gox. I don't think anything ever actually happened with it. The FTX thing could be an issue. There could be a lot of people and there could be a delay. Here's the problem. There's a delay in these legal processes and in things like this playing out. There could be a delay, and some people may have to take a hit and sell their holdings. What if something happens to Ethereum, whatever, or what if something happens to, with the FTX thing, and some holding company gets sued for billions of dollars, for $100 billion, and they have to sell their spot holdings in order to pay the lawsuit. What if that happened? You almost don't want a lawsuit. What if there's a class action lawsuit? The investors need it and the market doesn't need it. It's a catch-22, because what happens with that is all these big miners or whoever, these big firms that are holding all the Bitcoin, whoever it is that's going to have to pay, whoever they're going to sue is going to sell everything. And when you sell a spot asset, the price goes down. So that's going to have to be a necessary evil in order for everybody to get something back. Now, that could be a good thing, because by the time they get it back, it might be lower. So, and who knows what's going to happen? Nobody knows what's going to happen. This could be going on for a long time. As far as that part of it, it's just a game theory thing that could happen. It's a long shot, but it's a maybe. What if Gemini, one of the largest exchanges, ends up being the target in some massive class action lawsuit and has to sell off, $100 billion in Bitcoin to pay everybody back? What if? It's just what if. You know, we don't know. We don't know what's going to happen. What if the Federal Reserve comes out and says, okay, we're ready to release, you know, right when this thing starts to go, they'll flood it and say, okay, we're releasing central bank digital currency and we're claiming Bitcoin bad because some terrorist used it to fund something. And down we go. You know, that we don't know what's going to happen. There's always an excuse. It will likely follow a technical pattern anyway. It's funny how that works. So there'll always be some excuse. We'll figure out what it's going to be. Just talking about the macro. There will be, like Maya said, there will be a lot of stuff that comes out of it. There'll be a lot of good things that come out of it. There'll be new projects. All that stuff is being built now. When everything's quiet, that's when all the new stuff is being built in the background. And it gets ready for release when all of the FOMO starts kicking in, when everybody's interested in it again, when people care about Bitcoin again and crypto, alts especially. All of that stuff is still being built. That's not going to stop development. Now, we don't know what kind of FUD there's going to be. I just think it's going to be more of a technical thing in the cycle where we just get that same kind of, and we don't know where it's going to be. It could go a little higher, but eventually this will probably die out and start making lower highs and go out into nothing. And it could be around 20. It may run up and then pull back, but I think eventually it's going to die out to nothing, just like it does every single time. And every single time it'll false move and then die and then go to the moon one more time. At least we got one more moonshot in us. I think we're going to see that magical number up here at 100,000. And I mean, it could even overshoot that depending on the amount of global interest that's in it. But I think there's going to be some very heavy, permanent exiting of the market when we get up there. And we'll see what happens when that I do think we have one more run in it. I honestly believe that there's one more run. But after that, I don't know. I think by the time that happens, another 4 years from now, by the time it comes around for the next halving, the regulatory landscape may not be anything like it is right now. And the reason this is making these kind of runs is because there is no regulatory landscape. The landscape is a desert. There is no regulation. And by the time this happens, I think the price of Bitcoin will be collared in a range. It'll be very difficult. There'll be less volume. It'll be less of a Wild West atmosphere like it was in the past. I think by the next cycle comes along, it may be a very different story. As far as the Bitcoin market that we know of now, Bitcoin isn't going anywhere, but we're talking about these 1,000% runs and stuff like that on all these exchanges that with, you know, no KYC and none of that. That's all going to go away eventually. I don't want it to happen, but it's going to happen. I think we all know it. The question is when. How long is it going to be? I think we got one more run. I also think we're going to see lower prices in this. I think there's going to be a really good opportunity to YOLO this. And I'm not going to miss it this time. Sold early last time. It's all right. Also paid for some stuff. That's fine. Anyway, yeah, that's where we are. We'll take another look at everything on Monday. Enough crypto for now. We generally will watch Bitcoin. But on the group side, we'll just flip it over to Bitcoin and watch that. I'm going to shut the video down because I got to save some of this. I don't want it to go over 12 hours, actually. Hopefully it didn't. It might have. I don't know. It's a good question. Anyway, we'll be back. It was a good week. We did well this week. We're going to probably do better next week. This was a pretty smooth weekend. A smooth trading week. It was actually eerily smooth. There wasn't anything crazy that happened. The last 2 weeks were sketchy. This one was fine. Did pretty well. Hit target every day but one and ended up making up for it. I had one little sketchy run on pound Aussie, but ended up getting it back. No big deal. Everything was okay. At this point, we'll just watch Bitcoin over the weekend. I don't really expect a lot out of it, but if it slams up, good game. Hopefully it'll still be up on Monday when the market opens. I got a bunch of stuff to do this weekend. Programming. Going to be working on a bunch of crap. Probably see some. I know you will. That there'll be some updates posted in the group. So I'm sure there'll be some updates, at least to the bot and the risk manager. So, yeah. I don't know. Gonna chill. Take a break for a little bit, eat something, see what the pup's up to, and probably end up doing some coding later. I'll probably be around. I'll leave the group stream on. I'll probably be around, and we'll talk about stuff over there. I'll definitely be around this weekend. I will take a break for a little bit, and then probably do the things that I need to do programming wise. That's generally what I'll do on the weekend. I'll take that time and just bury into it. But anyway, you guys have a good one. We'll be back on Monday. See you later.